What if the most powerful god from another realm was reborn as a ninja? Imagine Naruto Uzumaki, but with the soul of Kratos, the Ghost of Sparta himself. No mercy, pure, unstoppable power. The cycle ends here. We must be better than this. But what happens when being better means showing enemies exactly why they should fear the god of war? What if instead of believing in the power of friendship, he believed in the power of absolute strength? I am what the gods have made me. Today, we explore the most overpowered version of Naruto you've never imagined. No plot armor for his enemies, just the reincarnated god of war unleashed in the Hidden Leaf Village. This is What If Naruto Was Kratos' Reincarnation.
The sky burned red over Konoha the night Naruto Uzumaki was born. The nine-tailed fox had broken free, and death followed in its wake. But something else arrived that night, something the gods themselves would have feared had they known. As the fourth Hokage prepared to seal the demon inside his newborn son, neither he nor anyone else could sense the ancient soul that had crossed worlds to inhabit the child's body. From the moment of his first breath, Naruto Uzumaki was not just the vessel of the nine-tailed fox. He was the vessel of Kratos, the Ghost of Sparta, the god of war, the slayer of gods. The spirit that had finally found peace in the Norse realm had been thrust into a new existence, bringing with it all the power, rage, and hard-earned wisdom of a being who had challenged pantheons and emerged victorious. As infant Naruto's eyes opened for the first time, they briefly flashed with an otherworldly amber glow before settling into blue. Inside his mind, memories of Olympus and Midgard, of Sparta and Jotunheim, of gods slain and worlds traversed, settled alongside the consciousness of a newborn. The fourth Hokage saw only his son's face in his final moments, unaware that he had sealed the nine tails into a vessel that contained something far more dangerous than any tailed beast. The Ghost of Sparta lived again, and the ninja world would never be the same. The orphanage matron despised him. That much was clear to Naruto from his earliest memories. But unlike other children who might have sought approval or cried for attention, the 3-year-old regarded the woman's hatred with cold indifference. He had been a god once. He had slain gods. The petty cruelties of a mortal woman meant nothing. Demon child, she would hiss when no one else could hear, shoving him into a cramped room with barely enough space for a thin mattress. Monster. She wasn't entirely wrong. There was indeed a monster inside him. 2, in fact. The nine tails, which he had become aware of through the whispers of his caretakers, and the spirit of the god of war himself, which no one suspected. While other children played, Naruto trained. His tiny body was weak compared to what he once commanded, but that would change. The memories and knowledge of Kratos guided his every movement. By age 4, he could perform perfect push-ups and had developed muscle definition that baffled the orphanage staff. By 5, he could punch through wooden boards and run faster than children twice his age. The third Hokage, during his occasional visits, observed the boy with growing concern. He doesn't play with the other children, the matron reported, feigning concern. He just trains all day. It's not natural. Perhaps he needs structure, the Hokage suggested. The academy might be good for him when he's a bit older. Naruto, listening from the shadows as he always did, smirked. Structure. Training. Yes, these would help him regain what he had lost. The boy's body was young, but inside burned the spirit of a warrior who had climbed from the depths of Hades and toppled Olympus itself. The nine tails, sensing the unusual spirit sharing its prison, remained cautiously silent in those early years. This was no ordinary human child. This was something the demon fox had never encountered before, a being whose rage matched, perhaps even exceeded, its own. By age 6, Naruto lived alone in an apartment provided by the Hokage. The solitude suited him. He had never been one for unnecessary social interaction, not as Kratos and not now. The village's hatred bounced off him like rain on stone. He had been cursed before, hunted before, hated before. It was nothing new. Unlike the canon Naruto, he never sought attention or acknowledgement. He never played pranks or shouted about becoming Hokage. Instead, he observed, trained, and planned. This world had its own gods of sorts, shinobi whose powers approached the divine. He would need to understand them before he could surpass them. His first attempt at forging came at age 7. Sneaking into a blacksmith shop after hours, he melted down scrap metal and attempted to create blades reminiscent of those that had served him so well in his previous life. The results were crude, barely functional, but it was a start. The blacksmith, discovering the mess the next morning, reported the break-in, but no one suspected the quiet, solemn Uzumaki boy. The third Hokage, watching through his crystal ball, frowned at the child's unusual behavior, but chose not to intervene. Perhaps this was just the boy's way of finding his path. How wrong he was. Academy enrollment came at 8 years old. The instructors immediately noticed something unsettling about the Uzumaki boy. While other children fidgeted and chattered, Naruto sat perfectly still, his blue eyes tracking every movement with predatory focus. When Iruka Umino called on him to introduce himself, Naruto stood with a posture that seemed impossibly dignified for a child. "I am Naruto Uzumaki," he stated simply, his voice deeper and more controlled than it should have been. "I am here to learn your ways of combat. Not I want to be Hokage. Not I like ramen." Just a statement of purpose that sent a chill down Iruka's spine. In taijutsu practice, the instructors quickly learned to pair Naruto with older students. Even then, his first spar ended with a 10-year-old boy's arm broken in 3 places. Naruto had moved with precision and brutality that no child should possess. "I held back," he stated flatly when reprimanded. "He will heal." Iruka and Mizuki exchanged concerned glances. The demon fox's influence, they assumed. They had no idea they were witnessing the combat instincts of a being who had battled Ares and Zeus themselves. When teaching basic chakra control, the instructors were stunned by Naruto's immediate mastery. What they didn't understand was that manipulating energy was nothing new to him. He had commanded godly power before. Chakra was just another form of energy to bend to his will. "This is similar to the powers of the gods," Naruto muttered to himself as he effortlessly walked up a tree on his first attempt, while other students struggled to make it even a few steps. But different, more versatile. By the end of his first year, the instructors had stopped trying to teach Naruto alongside the others. They simply gave him scrolls of advanced techniques and left him to study independently. It wasn't out of favor. It was because his presence unnerved them, and his capabilities had already surpassed much of what they could teach. The forge hidden beneath Naruto's apartment grew more sophisticated as the years passed. Stolen equipment, purchased materials, and techniques gleaned from blacksmiths around the village allowed him to create increasingly refined weapons. By age 10, he had fashioned twin blades that, while not the equal of the blades of chaos, served their purpose well. He wrapped them in cloth and carried them strapped to his back, though academy regulations forbade weapons other than practice kunai and shuriken. No one dared question him about them. Something in his eyes silenced any who might object. It was during this time that he had his first conversation with the Nine-Tails. Meditating in his apartment, he turned his consciousness inward, seeking the entity he knew resided within him. The Nine-Tails roared when Naruto appeared before its cage, expecting to intimidate the boy as it would any human child. Instead, Naruto stared back with eyes that suddenly glowed with an ancient power. "Demon," Naruto addressed it, his voice echoing with the authority of one who had commanded the dead. "I have dealt with your kind before." The fox's roar died in its throat. Something was wrong. This was not a frightened child or even a defiant one. This was something else. "What are you?" the Nine-Tails growled, pressing against the bars of its cage. "I am what I am," Naruto replied, a phrase he had once spoken to Atreus in another life. "I was a god, demon. I slaughtered gods who were far more impressive than you." The Nine-Tails fell silent, studying the boy more carefully. There was truth in his words, a truth that disturbed even the ancient demon. This was not Ashura's reincarnation as prophesied. This was something unprecedented. "We need not be enemies," Naruto continued pragmatically. "I have no interest in your power for now. I am rebuilding my own. But know this, if you attempt to influence me or take control, I will find a way to destroy you completely, seal or no seal." The Nine-Tails, for the first time in its long existence, felt something akin to uncertainty. It had expected to eventually dominate or manipulate its Jinchūriki. Now it wasn't so sure. "You speak boldly for a mortal child," the fox replied, but the usual malice in its voice had diminished. "I speak as one who has died and returned more times than you can imagine," Naruto said, turning to leave the mindscape. "Remember that." From that day forward, the Nine-Tails maintained a wary distance, neither offering its power nor attempting to seize control. It would watch and wait, trying to understand exactly what manner of being now served as its prison. The Uchiha massacre occurred when Naruto was 10. He observed the aftermath from a distance, watching as Sasuke Uchiha transformed from a confident, talented boy to a brooding avenger overnight. Naruto recognized the path. He had walked it himself once, consumed by vengeance against the gods who had betrayed him. Unlike others who offered Sasuke pity or admiration, Naruto approached him directly in the academy yard. "Your hatred will consume you," he stated without preamble, standing before the surprised Uchiha with arms crossed. "Vengeance is a path that leads only to emptiness." Sasuke's surprise turned to anger. "What would you know about it?" he spat. Naruto's eyes seemed to age 100 years as he stared down at the last Uchiha. "More than you can imagine, boy. I have slaughtered those who betrayed me. I have climbed mountains of corpses in the name of revenge, and when it was done, I was left with nothing but blood on my hands and emptiness in my chest." Sasuke stared, momentarily stunned by both the words and the absolute conviction behind them. This didn't sound like the boasting of a child. It sounded like experience. "Stay away from me," Sasuke finally muttered, turning away. Naruto didn't pursue the conversation. He had said what needed to be said. Whether the Uchiha heeded the warning was his own choice. Kratos had learned that each person must find their own path, even if it led to destruction. Graduation approached. The academy instructors had long since given up on evaluating Naruto by standard metrics. His taijutsu was beyond what they could measure. His weapon skills were perfect, and his ninjutsu, while limited in variety, was executed with crushing power. The final exam required students to create 3 clones. For Naruto, with his massive chakra reserves, a combination of his Uzumaki heritage and the Nine-Tails, this basic technique proved surprisingly challenging. His attempts produced malformed, sickly-looking duplicates. Iruka, bound by the rules, prepared to fail him. But Naruto simply stared at the instructor with those unnervingly calm eyes. "This technique is flawed for one with my energy," he stated flatly. "Judge me on combat if you wish to judge me at all." Before Iruka could respond, Naruto had drawn his twin blades, weapons no one had ever seen him use, and executed a series of movements so fast and precise that they left after images in the air. The training dummy in the corner of the room didn't just fall apart, it disintegrated. Mizuki, who had been planning to use Naruto's potential failure as part of a scheme to steal the Forbidden Scroll, felt a cold sweat break out across his forehead. His instincts screamed danger. Perhaps this wasn't the right target after all. Iruka, speechless, simply handed Naruto a headband. Rules were rules, but only a fool would deny that this boy was more than qualified to be a genin. Whatever the source of his abilities, and Iruka had his suspicions about the Nine-Tails' influence, Naruto Uzumaki was ready for the ninja world. Whether the ninja world was ready for him remained to be seen. Team assignments revealed another deviation from the path that might have been. With Naruto's undeniable skills, he was placed not with Sasuke and Sakura, but on a specialized combat team with 2 other graduates known for their fighting prowess, Kiba Inuzuka and Hinata Hyuga. Their Jonin sensei would be Might Guy, whose focus on taijutsu made him the logical choice for a team built around direct confrontation. Might Guy greeted his new team with his signature enthusiasm, flashing a bright smile and striking his nice guy pose. "Welcome to Team Guy. The power of youth burns brightly in all of you." Kiba winced at the volume. Hinata shrank back slightly. Naruto merely stared, unimpressed. "I have heard you are exceptionally skilled in combat, Naruto Uzumaki." Guy continued, undeterred by the boy's stoic response. "Show me the power of your youth!" Without warning, Guy launched a testing strike, pulled, of course, as he had no intention of harming a genin. What happened next would become legend among Konoha's Jonin. Naruto didn't just dodge, he countered. Moving with speed that belied his small frame, he caught Guy's arm, redirected the momentum, and threw the jonin with enough force to crack the tree. Guy slammed into. For a moment, silence reigned. Then Guy extracted himself from the splintered trunk, his expression shocked before breaking into an even wider grin. Extraordinary! Such power in one so young. The flames of youth burn like an inferno within you. Kiba's jaw had dropped. Hinata's Byakugan had activated instinctively, and she stared at Naruto with a mixture of awe and fear. The chakra she saw flowing through him was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. Dense, powerful, and strangely ancient. "Let's be clear," Naruto stated, crossing his arms as he addressed Guy. "I am here to become stronger and to serve this village as a warrior. I have no interest in speeches about youth or unnecessary training exercises. Teach me what is useful, and I will learn. Waste my time, and I will train myself." Guy's smile dimmed slightly, not from anger, but from puzzlement. This was not how a 12-year-old spoke. This was the voice of a seasoned warrior, someone who had seen battle and death. "Very well, Naruto," Guy replied, his tone unusually serious. "We will focus on what makes each of you stronger. But remember, a team must function as one. Individual strength is important, but combined strength is what truly matters in the ninja world." Naruto gave a curt nod. He had learned that lesson before with Atreus. Even a god sometimes needed allies. The first C-rank mission assigned to Team Guy came earlier than usual for rookie Genin. Guy had reported his team's exceptional combat capabilities, particularly Naruto's, and the Hokage decided to test them with a border patrol along Fire Country's eastern boundary. Simple enough in theory. Check for signs of unauthorized crossings, assist the regular patrol units, and return to Konoha. But simplicity rarely survived contact with reality. On the third day, they encountered a group of missing nin from the Land of Water, refugees from the bloodline purges who had turned to banditry to survive. Under normal circumstances, a Genin team would retreat and report back. These were not normal circumstances. "Stay behind me," Naruto ordered his teammates as the 6 missing nin approached, water-based jutsu swirling around their hands. "No way," Kiba protested, Akamaru growling at his side. "We fight together!" "Naruto-kun," Hinata began, her Byakugan already active. "There are 6 of them, all Chunin level or higher." Guy moved to take position in front of his team, but Naruto was already advancing, drawing his twin blades from their sheaths on his back. "This will be over quickly," he stated, his voice dropping to a register that sent chills down his teammates' spines. The missing 9 laughed at the sight of a 12-year-old boy approaching them with twin short swords. Their laughter died when Naruto suddenly erupted into motion. What followed wasn't a battle so much as a slaughter. Naruto moved with impossible speed, his blades tracing arcs of gleaming death through the air. He didn't use ninjutsu or even channel chakra into his weapons. He didn't need to. Pure physical strength and centuries of combat experience guided each strike. The first missing 9 lost his head before he could complete his water jutsu. The second and third died simultaneously as Naruto's blades pierced their hearts. The fourth managed to create a water wall, which Naruto simply charged through, the barrier offering no more resistance than mist. By now, the remaining 2 missing nin were backing away, terror evident in their eyes. They had faced Jonin before, even Anbu, but this was something else. The boy moved like death itself, his blue eyes suddenly seeming to glow with an amber light. "Demon," one whispered, forming hand signs for a desperate jutsu. Something in Naruto snapped at that word. His skin seemed to take on a faint ashen hue, and veins of what looked like molten fire traced patterns just beneath the surface. He launched himself forward with such force that the ground beneath his feet cracked. "I add God," he roared, his voice momentarily deeper, older as his blades found their marks. In less than 30 seconds, 6 Chunin-level missing nin lay dead, their blood soaking into the forest floor. Naruto stood among them, breathing not even slightly elevated, his expression cold and impassive as he cleaned his blades on the clothing of one of the fallen. Guy Kiba and Hinata stared in shock. They had known Naruto was skilled, had seen glimpses of his abilities during training, but this was beyond skill. This was the work of someone who had spent a lifetime bathing in blood. "We should move," Naruto said calmly, sheathing his weapons as though nothing unusual had occurred. Others may be nearby. Naruto, Guy said carefully, studying his student with new eyes. Where did you learn to fight like that? Naruto's expression revealed nothing. I have always known. It wasn't an answer, not really, but something in his tone discouraged further questioning. Guy made a mental note to report this to the Hokage immediately upon their return. This level of combat proficiency in a genin was unprecedented and concerning. As they continued their patrol, Hinata kept stealing glances at Naruto with her Byakugan active. His chakra had changed during the fight. For just a moment, it had taken on a pattern she had never seen before, ancient and terrifying, before settling back to its usual state. And it hadn't been the Nine-Tails chakra. She knew what that looked like from her clan's briefings. This had been something else entirely. Kiba, for his part, kept his distance from Naruto for the remainder of the mission. His enhanced senses had picked up something during the battle, a scent unlike anything he had encountered before. Not quite human, not quite beast. For the first time, the brash Inuzuka found himself genuinely afraid of a teammate. Upon returning to Konoha, Guy immediately requested a private audience with the third Hokage, leaving his Genin team to rest after the mission. So, the Hokage said, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe after hearing Guy's report, Naruto killed 6 missing nin without hesitation and with skills far beyond his years. Beyond his years? Guy repeated, uncharacteristically serious. Hokage-sama, what I witnessed was beyond any shinobi I have ever seen. The precision, the lethality, it was as though he had spent centuries perfecting the art of killing. The Hokage's eyes narrowed. And there was no sign of the Nine-Tails influence? No red chakra? No transformation? None, Guy confirmed. This was something else. For a moment, his appearance changed slightly. His skin seemed ashen, with glowing veins, but it wasn't like the reports of the Nine-Tails chakra manifestation. The Hokage steepled his fingers, deep in thought. The Uzumaki boy had always been unusual, even beyond his status as a Jinchūriki. His solitary nature, his intensity, the way he spoke like someone far older, all of it had been attributed to his difficult childhood and the burden he carried. But perhaps there was more to it. Keep training him, Guy, the Hokage finally said. But watch him closely. I want regular reports on his abilities and behavior. And, he hesitated, if you see any sign that he might pose a threat to the village, inform me immediately. Guy bowed, troubled by the implication but understanding the concern. Yes, Hokage-sama. As Guy left, the third turned to gaze out the window at the village below. Something told him that Naruto Uzumaki represented both Konoha's greatest potential weapon and perhaps its greatest unknown risk. The question was which would prove dominant in the end. Word of Team Guy's encounter with the missing nin spread quickly through Konoha's shinobi ranks, growing with each retelling until Naruto was said to have single-handedly slaughtered a small army. The boy himself neither confirmed nor denied the rumors, caring little for what others thought of him. His teammates, however, had been profoundly affected by what they witnessed. Kiba, initially resentful of Naruto's abilities, now approached their training sessions with a newfound respect and caution. Hinata, already quiet and observant, studied Naruto with increasing fascination, trying to understand the enigma that was her teammate. During one training session, as Guy worked with Kiba on a new taijutsu combination, Hinata gathered her courage and approached Naruto, who was methodically going through forms with his twin blades. In Naruto-kun, she began, her stutter more pronounced than usual. May I ask you something? Naruto paused, regarding her with those intense blue eyes that sometimes seemed to hold the weight of ages. Speak. Hinata took a deep breath. When you fought those missing nin, your chakra changed. It wasn't the Nine-Tails chakra. She hesitated, noting his slight stiffening at the mention of the demon. It was something else, something I've never seen before. For a long moment, Naruto simply stared at her, and Hinata feared she had overstepped. Then, unexpectedly, he nodded. You have good eyes, Hyuga, he acknowledged. What you saw, it is part of who I am, not the fox. Something else, something older. Older than the Nine-Tails? Hinata asked, her curiosity momentarily overcoming her nervousness. A ghost of a smile touched Naruto's lips, perhaps the first she had ever seen from him. Much older. But that is all I will say on the matter. He resumed his practice, signaling an end to the conversation. Hinata stepped back, more intrigued than ever. Most would have taken his answer as evasion or even boasting. But Hinata, with her Byakugan and her sensitive nature, recognized the simple truth in his words. Whatever power Naruto Uzumaki possessed beyond the Nine Tails, it was ancient beyond reckoning. The Chunin exams arrived 6 months after Team Guy's formation. By then, they had completed 27 C-rank missions and 5 B ranks, an unprecedented record for rookie Genin. Most of these missions had involved combat, and in each case, Naruto's exceptional abilities had been the decisive factor. Guy nominated his team without hesitation. Despite their short time as Genin, all 3 had developed remarkably. Kiba had become more disciplined, pushing himself to new heights in an effort to keep pace with Naruto. Hinata had grown more confident, her gentle fist style becoming more assertive under Guy's tutelage. And Naruto remained Naruto, a force of nature, barely contained in human form. The first phase of the exam, Ibiki's psychological test, presented no challenge to Team Guy. Kiba used Akamaru to gather answers, Hinata used her Byakugan, and Naruto simply sat with arms crossed, not bothering to write anything down. When Ibiki revealed the true purpose of the test and gave his final question, Naruto's expression never changed. The concept of fear was foreign to him. He had faced far worse than failure in his existence. The Forest of Death, however, offered the first real opportunity for Naruto to demonstrate the full extent of his capabilities. Team Guy entered with a Heaven Scroll, needing to acquire an Earth Scroll to pass. "We hunt," Naruto stated simply as they passed through the gates. "No need for defense. We take what we need from the first team we encounter." Kiba grinned, the prospect of action appealing to his Inuzuka instincts. "I can track the nearest team easily." Hinata nodded, activating her Byakugan. "There's a team from Rain approximately 500 meters northeast." They moved silently through the forest, Naruto leading with an instinctive awareness of his surroundings that even Kiba's enhanced senses couldn't match. The Rain team never stood a chance. Before they could even prepare their umbrellas for their signature jutsu, Naruto had dropped from the canopy directly into their midst. What followed was less a battle than a demonstration. Naruto didn't use his blades this time. He didn't need to. With bare hands, he neutralized all 3 Rain Genin, breaking limbs with precision strikes that rendered them incapable of continuing but wouldn't cause permanent damage. "The scroll," he demanded, standing over the groaning team leader. The Rain Genin surrendered their Earth Scroll without further resistance, eyes wide with shock and pain. Team Guy could have left then, their objective complete within the first hour of the 5-day test. But Naruto had other ideas. "We stay," he announced to his teammates. "We hunt more." "But we already have both scrolls," Kiba objected. "Why risk it?" Naruto fixed him with a cold stare. "Because others are hunting too. Better to eliminate competition now than face them later." This logic, ruthless but undeniably sound, led Team Guy to spend the next 3 days systematically tracking and disabling other teams. They collected 4 additional scrolls, not for themselves, but to reduce the number of competitors advancing to the next round. On the 3rd day, they encountered Team 7, Sasuke, Sakura, and their 3rd member, Sai, a last-minute replacement with unusual abilities. The teams faced off in a small clearing, Sasuke's newly awakened Sharingan spinning as he assessed the threat. "Uzumaki," Sasuke acknowledged, his tone wary. Like everyone else, he had heard the stories of Naruto's capabilities. "Uchiha," Naruto replied flatly. "Do you have your scrolls?" "We do," Sai answered before Sasuke could speak. "We are heading to the tower now." Naruto studied them for a moment, then nodded. "We have no quarrel with you." Sasuke bristled at the dismissive tone. "You think you're so powerful, don't you, Uzumaki?" "I've heard the rumors, but the Sharingan can see through any technique." Something dangerous flashed in Naruto's eyes. "What I possess cannot be copied, Uchiha. It is not technique. It is not chakra. It is the essence of what I am." For emphasis, he allowed a fraction of his power to surface, just enough for his skin to take on that ashen hue, for the veins of fire to trace patterns across his arms. The ambient temperature around him rose noticeably. Sasuke's Sharingan spun faster, trying to comprehend what it was seeing. But for once, the vaunted eyes of the Uchiha revealed nothing useful. This wasn't a jutsu to be copied or a chakra pattern to be analyzed. It was something else entirely. "We're leaving," Sakura decided, grabbing Sasuke's arm. For once, the Uchiha didn't resist, his usual confidence shaken by the encounter. As Team 7 departed, Kiba turned to Naruto with a puzzled expression. Why let them go? You've never shown mercy to other teams. That was not mercy, Naruto corrected him. The Uchiha has a part to play yet. And he paused, a distant look in his eyes. I once knew what it was to be consumed by vengeance as he is. Perhaps in this life, I can prevent another from walking that path. It was perhaps the most personal statement Kiba and Hinata had ever heard from their enigmatic teammate, a rare glimpse behind the warrior's impassive mask. The preliminary matches to reduce the number of competitors for the final tournament provided another opportunity for Naruto to demonstrate his dominance. Paired against a genin from the Hidden Stone Village, a sturdy youth whose earth-style jutsu allowed him to harden his skin to rock-like density, Naruto ended the match in seconds. The stone genin had barely completed his hardening technique when Naruto was upon him. A single punch, not enhanced with chakra, simply delivered with the full physical force Naruto possessed, shattered the stone armor and sent the opponent crashing into the wall, unconscious. Winner. Naruto Uzumaki, the proctor announced into the stunned silence that followed. From the observation deck, the Jonin sensei exchanged troubled glances. The level of raw physical strength required to break through a stone-hardening jutsu with a single blow was beyond most Jonin, let alone a genin. Guy, Kurenai asked quietly, what exactly have you been teaching that boy? Guy shook his head, his usual exuberance subdued. I have taught him nothing he did not already know. I merely provide opportunities for him to refine what he possesses. The other preliminary matches proceeded, with both Kiba and Hinata advancing to the finals as well. Kiba, through a combination of ferocity and the tactical discipline he had learned from observing Naruto. Hinata, through a surprising display of confidence and precision that left her opponent, a genin from the Sand Village, unable to mold chakra. For the tournament finals, Naruto was matched against Gaara of the Desert, another Jinchūriki with a fearsome reputation. The stage was set for a confrontation between two vessels of immense power. The month between the preliminaries and the final tournament provided time for preparation. While other finalists sought out special training or developed new techniques, Naruto spent much of his time in solitude, meditating on the roof of his apartment building. Inside his mindscape, he once again confronted the Nine Tails. Another vessel approaches, Naruto stated without preamble. The One Tail. Its host is unstable. The Nine Tails growled, its massive form shifting behind the bars of its cage. Shukaku has always been the most deranged of us. Its hosts rarely maintain sanity. I will face him in combat soon, Naruto continued. I require no assistance from you, but I would know what to expect. The demon fox studied him with those ancient, malevolent eyes. After their first encounter, the Nine Tails had maintained its distance, observing its unusual host with wary curiosity. What it had seen only confirmed its initial impression. This was not a normal human, not even a normal Jinchūriki. There was something primordial about the boy's spirit, something that even the ancient fox found disquieting. Shukaku's power lies in sand manipulation and its ability to prevent its host from sleeping, the Nine Tails finally replied. When the host sleeps, Shukaku can emerge and take control. This one, Gaara, from what I can sense, he has never slept, not truly. The madness you perceive is the result of lifelong insomnia and Shukaku's constant whispering. Naruto nodded, absorbing this information. Is there a way to subdue the beast without killing the host? The Nine Tails bared its teeth in what might have been a smile. Concerned for another's life? How unlike the tales I have gleaned from your memories, God of War. I kill when necessary, Naruto responded coldly. Not for pleasure. Not anymore. Answer the question. Strike the host with sufficient force to render him unconscious, the fox advised after a moment. That will disrupt Shukaku's control temporarily. But be warned, if the host is truly unconscious, Shukaku may attempt to emerge completely. Naruto turned to leave the mindscape, then paused. One more question. The seal that binds you, it was designed by the fourth Hokage, correct? Yes, the Nine Tails hissed, its hatred evident at the mention of the man who had imprisoned it. Could it be modified? Not weakened, but adjusted? The fox's eyes narrowed with sudden interest. Why would you ask such a thing? Naruto met its gaze steadily. Because in my experience, unwilling allies are unreliable, and in the battles to come, reliability may prove crucial. With that cryptic statement, he withdrew from the mindscape, leaving the Nine Tails to ponder his words and intentions. The day of the tournament finals arrived with great fanfare. Konoha was packed with visitors from across the shinobi world, including the Kazekage and numerous feudal lords eager to assess the next generation of ninja talent. Naruto stood in the arena alongside the other finalists, his expression impassive as the crowd cheered and the Hokage delivered his opening address. Across from him, Gaara stared with those haunted, sleepless eyes, the bloodlust barely contained beneath his composed exterior. The first matches proceeded according to the bracket. Kiba faced off against the Genin from the Hidden Cloud, emerging victorious after a hard-fought battle that showcased his improved strategic thinking. Hinata defeated Tamari of the Sand in a contest that came down to the Hyuga heiress's ability to close distance against the Wind user's long-range attacks. Then came the match everyone had been waiting for, Naruto Uzumaki versus Gaara of the Desert. As the two Jinchūriki faced each other in the arena, a hush fell over the crowd. There was something primally terrifying about the scene. Two vessels of immense power, each radiating a different kind of danger. Gaara with his barely constrained madness, Naruto with his cold, ancient presence. "Begin," the proctor called, then wisely leaped back to the far edge of the arena. Gaara's sand immediately erupted from his gourd, swirling around him in a protective cloud. "Mother wants your blood, Uzumaki," he hissed, his voice carrying in the silent arena. "She says you're different, special." Naruto didn't respond with words. Instead, he drew his twin blades and charged directly at Gaara, a frontal assault that seemed suicidal against the sand user's automatic defense. The sand rose to intercept him, forming a dense wall. Naruto didn't slow, his blades suddenly glowing with a faint orange energy that was definitely not chakra, sliced through the sand barrier as though it were paper. Gaara's eyes widened in shock. Nothing had ever penetrated his sand shield so easily. He hastily formed hand signs, creating a denser second layer of defense as he backed away. "What are you?" he demanded, a note of fear entering his voice for perhaps the first time in his life. Naruto continued his advance, methodically cutting through each new sand defense Gaara erected. "I am what you might have become had you found purpose beyond killing." The battle quickly escalated as Gaara, increasingly desperate, began drawing on more of Shikaku's power. Patches of sand covered his body, forming the beginning stages of the One-Tail's manifestation. The arena floor was torn apart as massive sand constructs rose and fell, each one cut down by Naruto's relentless assault. In the stands, the spectators watched in awe and terror. This was no Chunin exam match. This was a clash between powers that defied normal classification. "Guy," Kakashi said quietly from where they sat among the Jonin, "your student is not using the Nine-Tails chakra, is he?" Guy shook his head. "No, that's all him, whatever him truly is." On the battlefield, Gaara had now encased himself in a complete sand sphere, a last-ditch defense as he prepared to fully release Shukaku. Inside the sphere, unseen by the audience, he formed the hand sign for his forced sleep technique, the trigger that would allow the One-Tail to emerge completely. Naruto sensed the change immediately. The malevolent chakra emanating from the sand sphere intensified, taking on a different quality. Time was running out. In that moment, he made a decision. The constraints of a tournament match no longer applied. This had become a matter of village security. With a deep breath, he allowed his true power to surface. Not just a glimpse, as he had shown before, but the full manifestation of what he had once been. His skin took on the ashen gray hue completely, the orange-red veins of power spreading across his entire body. His eyes blazed with amber fire. The temperature around him rose dramatically, causing the very air to shimmer with heat. "Enough!" he roared, his voice no longer that of a 12-year-old boy, but the thunder of a god who had challenged pantheons. What happened next would become legendary in the annals of Konoha. Naruto didn't just attack the sand sphere, he obliterated it. Moving with speed that left after images, he charged, his twin blades now wreathed in flames that were unmistakably not chakra-based. The sand sphere, Gaara's ultimate defense, didn't just break, it evaporated. turned to glass by the intense heat of Naruto's power before shattering into countless fragments. Exposed, Gaara had just a moment to register shock before Naruto was upon him. A single, precisely delivered strike to the forehead, exactly where the kanji for love was tattooed, rendered the sand Jinchūriki unconscious before he could complete his transformation. As Gaara collapsed, the partially formed features of Shukaku receded, the sand falling away to reveal the unconscious boy beneath. Naruto stood over him, still transformed, his blazing eyes scanning the arena as if daring anyone to challenge him. The silence that followed was absolute. No one in the stands moved or spoke. Even the Hokage and Kazekage stared in stunned disbelief from their elevated box. Slowly, deliberately, Naruto allowed his transformation to fade, his appearance returning to normal. He sheathed his blades and turned to the proctor, who had backed against the arena wall. "The match is over," Naruto stated simply. The proctor swallowed hard, then found his voice. "Winner, Naruto Uzumaki." The announcement broke the spell. The crowd erupted, not in cheers back, but in a mixture of awed murmurs and fearful speculation. What they had just witnessed defied explanation within the known boundaries of shinobi abilities. In the Hokage's box, the disguised Orochimaru, posing as the Kazekage, had gone completely still, his plans for invasion suddenly seeming woefully inadequate. He had prepared for the Nine Tails, had countermeasures for that eventuality. But this was something else entirely, something outside his calculations. "Most impressive," he managed to say to the third Hokage, his voice carefully controlled. "Your Jinchūriki possesses unusual abilities." The third nodded gravely, his own concerns mounting. Yes, most unusual indeed. The invasion that Orochimaru had planned would now need to be reconsidered. The variable of Naruto Uzumaki had just become far too unpredictable. In the aftermath of the match, Naruto was summoned to the Hokage's office. The remaining tournament matches had been postponed pending a security review. Though the real reason was clear to everyone involved, the village leadership needed to assess exactly what had happened with Naruto. The third Hokage was not alone in his office. Jiraiya of the Sannin was present as well, having returned to Konoha upon hearing rumors of unusual activities surrounding the Chunin exams. The Toad Sage leaned against the wall, his usually jovial expression replaced by one of intense focus as Naruto entered. "Sit down, Naruto," the Hokage instructed, gesturing to a chair across from his desk. Naruto complied without comment, his blue eyes revealing nothing of his thoughts. "What we witnessed today," the Hokage began carefully, "was not the power of the Nine Tails." It wasn't a question, but Naruto answered anyway. "No, it was not." "Then what was it?" Jiraiya asked, pushing away from the wall to approach. "Because I've studied sealing techniques my entire life, and I've never seen anything like what you displayed in that arena." Naruto regarded the Sannin coolly. "It is what I am." "And what exactly are you?" the Hokage pressed, his patience wearing thin with the cryptic responses. For a long moment, Naruto was silent, weighing his options. These men were among the most powerful in the village, respected figures of authority. In his previous life, he had learned the hard way that gods and authorities were often corrupt, unworthy of trust. But in this life, he had observed the Hokage long enough to recognize a genuine concern for the village and its people. "I am Naruto Uzumaki," he finally said, "but I am also more. My soul is older than this body." Jiraiya and the Hokage exchanged glances. This sounded like a reincarnation claim, not unheard of in the shinobi world, where techniques existed to transfer souls between bodies. "Are you claiming to be a reincarnation?" Jiraiya asked directly. "Yes," Naruto confirmed, "though not of anyone known to your world." The Hokage leaned forward. "Explain." Naruto's expression remained impassive, but something ancient stirred in his eyes. "In another realm, another existence, I was known as Kratos, the Ghost of Sparta, the god of war. I walked paths your legends have never imagined, slaughtered gods your scrolls have never named, endured torments your nightmares cannot conceive." The silence that followed this declaration was profound. Jiraiya looked skeptical, the Hokage troubled. "You expect us to believe you're the reincarnation of a god from another world?" Jiraiya finally asked. "I expect nothing," Naruto replied evenly. "Belief or disbelief changes nothing of what I am. The power you witnessed is but a fraction of what I once commanded. It returns to me gradually as this body matures." The Hokage studied him intently. The claim was outlandish, beyond belief, and yet it would explain the inexplicable abilities, the ancient wisdom in a child's eyes, the combat prowess that no training could account for. If what you say is true, the Hokage said slowly, then what are your intentions toward Konoha? It was the crucial question. The village's security hung on the answer. Naruto met the old man's gaze directly. I have sworn no oaths to gods or men in this life, but I have chosen to serve this village as a warrior, not out of loyalty to abstractions like the will of fire, but because this is where fate has placed me, and I have learned to accept the path set before me. I will protect what is worth protecting. I will destroy what threatens it. It wasn't the patriotic declaration the Hokage might have hoped for, but there was something reassuring in its pragmatic honesty. This was not a child seeking approval or making empty promises. This was a warrior stating his position plainly. The Nine Tails, Jiraiya interjected. What is your relationship with it? We have an understanding, Naruto said. It does not interfere with me, and I do not interfere with it, although I have been considering a modification to the seal that might allow for a more productive arrangement. Jiraiya straightened at this. Modifying the fourth seal would be extremely dangerous. For most, perhaps, Naruto agreed. But I have experience with binding powerful entities. In my former existence, I chained death itself. Again, silence followed this claim. The Hokage exchanged a long look with Jiraiya, some unspoken communication passing between them. For now, the Hokage finally said, you will continue as you have been, a genin of Konoha, a member of Team Guy. But Jiraiya will be monitoring your development more closely. And if you wish to explore modifications to the seal, you will do so only under his supervision. Naruto inclined his head slightly. Acceptable. As he rose to leave, the Hokage added, and Naruto, or Kratos if you prefer, remember that in this world, even gods can fall. Treachery against Konoha would not end well, regardless of your power. A ghost of a smile touched Naruto's lips. In that, old man, we are in complete agreement. I have killed enough gods to know that immortality is often an illusion. With that, he left the office, leaving behind two of Konoha's most powerful shinobi, with much to consider about the nature of their Jinchūriki and the implications of his claims. The invasion that Orochimaru had planned never materialized. After witnessing Naruto's display of power, the disguised Sannin had quietly withdrawn his forces, recognizing that the variable of an unusually powerful Jinchūriki required a complete recalculation of his strategy. The Chunin exams concluded with a reduced final tournament. Naruto was promoted to Chunin along with Kiba, Hinata, and several others who had demonstrated appropriate skills and judgment. Sasuke, despite his technical prowess, was held back due to concerns about his mental stability and obsession with vengeance, a decision that only deepened his resentment. In the weeks that followed, Naruto began working with Jiraiya on understanding and potentially modifying the seal that contained the Nine Tails. The Sannin, still skeptical of Naruto's claims about his origins, but unable to deny his unusual abilities, approached these sessions with cautious curiosity. The fourth seal is a masterpiece, Jiraiya explained as they sat in a secluded training ground, Naruto's shirt removed to reveal the complex seal pattern on his stomach. It's designed to gradually blend your chakra with the Nine Tails, allowing you to eventually access its power safely. Naruto studied the markings with critical eyes. It's effective but crude. In my experience, forced subjugation creates only resentment and eventual rebellion. A partnership, even one between former enemies, is more sustainable. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. You want to make the Nine Tails your partner? The most destructive of the tailed beasts? I once partnered with the sister of the man who tricked me into slaughtering my own family, Naruto replied evenly. Circumstances create unusual alliances. The casualness with which he referenced such trauma gave Jiraiya pause. If Naruto was delusional, his delusion was remarkably consistent and detailed. And if he wasn't, if he truly was the reincarnation of some god of war from another realm, then his perspective on the Nine Tails might hold merit. Over the course of several weeks, they developed a modification to the seal, not weakening it, but altering its nature to allow for greater communication and voluntary chakra sharing between Naruto and the Nine Tails. Jiraiya insisted on numerous safeguards, which Naruto accepted, with the patience of one who understood the value of caution when dealing with primordial powers. The actual modification process was performed under the watchful eyes of both Jiraiya and the Hokage, with Anbu standing by in case of complications. Naruto sat calmly in the center of a complex array of sealing formulas as Jiraiya applied the modifications with precise chakra control. Inside his mindscape, Naruto stood before the Nine Tails cage as the changes took effect. The massive bars began to shift, not disappearing but reconfiguring into a different arrangement, less a prison cell, more a defined boundary between two domains. "What is happening?" the Nine Tails growled, pressing against the transforming barrier. "A renegotiation of terms," Naruto replied. "You are still bound to me, but no longer in a way that demands your subjugation. You may offer your power willingly, and I may accept it without forcing your compliance, or you may withhold it, and I will rely on my own strength." The fox's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "And why would you offer this? What do you gain?" "An ally rather than a prisoner," Naruto stated simply. "I have learned that even the mightiest can fall when they stand alone." As the seal completed its transformation, the mindscape shifted. The dank sewer gave way to a vast twilight landscape, a neutral ground between Naruto's consciousness and the Nine Tails domain. "Consider my offer," Naruto said as he prepared to withdraw from the mindscape. "I neither expect nor require an immediate answer. We have time." The Nine Tails watched him go, conflicted emotions churning within its ancient being. In all its centuries of existence, no human had ever approached it as anything but a weapon to be controlled or a monster to be feared. The concept of alliance was novel. Back in the physical world, Naruto opened his eyes to find Jiraiya and the Hokage studying him intently. "It is done," he reported. "The seal holds, but its nature has changed." "And the Nine Tails?" the Hokage questioned. Considering its options, Naruto replied, rising smoothly to his feet, "As any sensible being would." The next significant challenge came not from outside Konoha, but from within. Sasuke Uchiha, increasingly bitter about his perceived lack of progress and the growing gap between his abilities and Naruto's, made contact with the Sound Four, Orochimaru's elite guards who had infiltrated the village to offer the Uchiha power in exchange for defection. The temptation proved too great for Sasuke. Late one night, he left the village, knocking out Sakura when she attempted to stop him, and heading toward the rendezvous point where the Sound Four awaited. When the defection was discovered the next morning, the Hokage immediately assembled an emergency response team. With most Jonin deployed on crucial missions during the post-exam period, he was forced to rely on available Chunin. Shikamaru Nara was appointed team leader due to his tactical genius, with Naruto, Kiba, Choji, and Neji forming the pursuit squad. "Your objective is to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha and return him to the village," the Hokage instructed. "Alive if possible. He is being escorted by Orochimaru's elite guard, so expect serious resistance." Naruto, standing with arms crossed, asked the question no one else dared to voice. "And if he refuses to return?" The Hokage's expression hardened. "Then you are authorized to use whatever force necessary to prevent the Sharingan from falling into Orochimaru's hands." The meaning was clear. If Sasuke couldn't be brought back, he shouldn't be allowed to reach Orochimaru at all. The other Chunin exchanged uncomfortable glances, but Naruto simply nodded. "Understood." The pursuit began immediately. Kiba and Akamaru tracked Sasuke's scent through the forest, leading the team toward the border of the Land of Fire. It soon became apparent that the Sound Four had separated to delay pursuit, forcing Shikamaru to make difficult decisions about splitting the team. "We'll have to take them one by one," he determined after analyzing the situation. "Choji, you take the large one with the mohawk. Neji, the spider-like one with multiple arms, is yours. Kiba, you handle the two-headed one. I'll deal with the female. Naruto, you're our strongest. Bypass them all and go directly for Sasuke." It was a logical strategy, utilizing each team member's strengths, though Naruto was privately skeptical about his comrade's chances against Orochimaru's elite. Nevertheless, he accepted the plan. As the team split up to engage their assigned opponents, Naruto surged ahead, moving with a speed that left even Kiba impressed. The forest blurred around him as he focused on a single objective. reaching Sasuke before he crossed the border. He caught up just as Sasuke was preparing to enter a special container that would complete his transformation into a suitable vessel for Orochimaru. The Uchiha turned, his face already marked with the spreading pattern of the curse seal Orochimaru had placed on him during the Chunin exams. "Uzumaki," he spat, his Sharingan spinning wildly. "Come to drag me back to that pathetic village?" Naruto regarded him coolly. "You walk a path I know well, Uchiha. The pursuit of power at any cost, the willingness to sacrifice anything for vengeance. Don't pretend to understand me," Sasuke snarled, the curse seal spreading further across his face. "You've always had power. You never had to watch your entire clan die before your eyes." Something flickered in Naruto's expression. Not sympathy, exactly, but recognition. "I slaughtered my family with my own hands, deceived by a god I trusted. I have bathed in the blood of my wife and child. Do not speak to me of loss, boy." The sheer conviction in his voice gave Sasuke pause. There was no lie in those words, no attempt at manipulation, just a cold, terrible truth that seemed impossible yet undeniable. "What are you?" Sasuke whispered, momentarily forgetting his rage. "Something you need not become," Naruto replied, taking a step forward. "Return to the village. Uchiha, find another way to gain strength, one that doesn't require surrendering your body to a snake who sees you only as a vessel." For a moment, it seemed Sasuke might actually consider the words. Then his expression hardened again. "No, I've made my choice. Itachi must pay for what he's done, and Konoha is too weak, too bound by morality to give me the power I need." "Then you leave me no choice," Naruto said, drawing his twin blades. "The Hokage's orders were clear. You will not reach Orochimaru one way or another." What followed was unlike any battle Sasuke had experienced. His Sharingan, which could track and predict normal movements, struggled to keep pace with Naruto's attacks. Each strike came with the weight of centuries of combat experience, each movement executed with a precision that no 12-year-old should possess. Sasuke fought with everything he had, drawing deeply on the curse seal's power, his body transforming into its first state as wing-like appendages erupted from his back. Fire and lightning jutsu scorched the clearing as he unleashed his most powerful techniques. Naruto moved through it all like a force of nature, his blades cutting through fire, his body absorbing lightning with barely a flinch. When Sasuke attempted to use the Chidori, Kakashi's lightning blade technique, Naruto caught his wrist with one hand, stopping the attack cold. "Impressive," he acknowledged as the lightning chakra dispersed harmlessly. "But lightning held no fear for me even when Zeus himself wielded it." With a swift, decisive movement, he struck Sasuke at the base of the neck with the pommel of his blade. Not to kill, but to render unconscious. The Uchiha collapsed, the curse seal receding as he lost consciousness. Naruto sheathed his weapons and hoisted Sasuke over his shoulder. The mission was complete, though he wondered if his comrades had fared as well against their opponents. Those concerns proved valid when he rendezvoused with the rest of the team. Choji had defeated his opponent, but was severely injured from using his clan's dangerous calorie conversion techniques. Neji had suffered multiple puncture wounds in his battle with the six-armed sound ninja. Kiba and Akamaru were battered but functional after their fight with the two-headed Sakon and Yukon. Shikamaru had escaped with minor injuries thanks to his tactical approach to fighting the flute-wielding Tayuya. "You got him," Shikamaru observed as Naruto approached with Sasuke's unconscious form. "Yes," Naruto confirmed. "Though I question whether bringing him back is the right decision. His mind is set on a dark path." "That's not for us to judge," Shikamaru replied. "Our mission was retrieval, not execution." Naruto nodded, though his expression suggested he wasn't entirely convinced. In his experience, those who willingly embraced darkness rarely turned back, and mercy often led to greater bloodshed later. The return journey to Konoha was tense but uneventful. Medical Ninja met them at the gates to take charge of the injured team members, while Anbu secured Sasuke for transport to a special holding facility where the curse seal could be properly contained. As Naruto prepared to make his report to the Hokage, he was intercepted by Jiraiya. "Impressive work," the Sannin commented, falling into step beside him. "Not many could have taken down a curse seal-enhanced Uchiha without serious injury." Naruto shrugged. The curse seal is powerful but undisciplined. It enhances strength at the cost of control. A poor trade. Jiraiya studied him thoughtfully. You know, I'm starting to believe some of your wild claims about being a reincarnated god of war. The way you fight, the things you know, they don't add up to a normal shinobi, no matter how talented. Your belief or disbelief changes nothing, Naruto replied, echoing his earlier statement to the Hokage. But your willingness to consider possibilities beyond your experience is uncommon. Most cling to the boundaries of their understanding, rejecting anything that challenges it. The Sannin grinned. Well, when you've summoned giant toads and fought alongside slugs the size of buildings, your definition of possible gets pretty flexible. For the first time in their acquaintance, Naruto's lips curved in what might have been a genuine smile. Indeed, in my experience, the universe is far stranger than most imagine. The aftermath of Sasuke's attempted defection led to significant changes in Konoha. The Uchiha was placed under constant surveillance, his chakra partially sealed to prevent another escape attempt. Orochimaru, thwarted in his immediate plans for acquiring the Sharingan, withdrew to reconsider his strategy. For Naruto, the incident reinforced his understanding of this world's complexities. The political maneuvering, the hidden agendas, the constant threat of betrayal, it reminded him in some ways of Olympus, though on a smaller scale. Gods or shinobi, the games of power remained much the same. In the months that followed, Naruto continued his training with Gai's team, while also working with Jiraiya on mastering the modified seal. The Nine Tails, after much consideration, had tentatively accepted Naruto's offer of partnership. It began sharing small amounts of chakra voluntarily during training sessions, allowing Naruto to experiment with integrating the demon's power with his own divine abilities. The results were impressive, if sometimes volatile. When Naruto channeled both his inherent godly power and the Nine Tails chakra simultaneously, the combination created a unique energy signature that even Jiraiya struggled to comprehend. Not quite divine, not quite demonic, but something new entirely. It's like nothing I've ever seen, the Sannin admitted after one particularly intense training session that had left a training ground reduced to a smoldering crater. The seal is holding perfectly, but the way the energies interact, it shouldn't be possible. Naruto, cooling down with a series of precise sword forms, nodded. The boundaries between divine and demonic are not as rigid as most believe. In my former life, I wielded both at different times. His progress didn't go unnoticed by the village leadership. At 13, barely a year after becoming a Chunin, Naruto was approached with an offer to join Anbu, Konoha's elite Black Ops division. It was unprecedented for one so young, but his abilities were simply too valuable to restrict to standard missions. After consideration, Naruto declined. I serve best in the open, he told the Hokage. My strength lies in direct confrontation, not shadows and secrecy. Let others be your hidden blade. I will be your visible deterrent. The Hokage accepted his decision, though with some reservation. An asset like Naruto was most effective when enemies didn't see him coming. But he also understood the young man's nature. Naruto, or Kratos, had never been one for subterfuge. His power was in his presence, the sheer force of his being that made allies feel protected and enemies reconsider their actions. Instead, Naruto was promoted to Special Jonin at the age of 14, a compromise that acknowledged his exceptional combat abilities while recognizing his specialized focus. He continued to work primarily with Team Guy, though now more as a peer than a subordinate, and occasionally joined Jiraiya on missions that required overwhelming force rather than subtlety. It was during one such mission, a year later, that Naruto encountered the organization that would present his greatest challenge in this new life, Akatsuki. The mission seemed straightforward: investigate reports of unusual activity near an abandoned temple in the Land of Rivers. Jiraiya suspected it might be connected to Akatsuki, the mysterious organization he had been tracking for years, but considered it a routine reconnaissance operation. Naruto accompanied him more out of curiosity than necessity. At 15, he had grown into a formidable presence, taller than most his age, his body honed to peak physical condition, his movements carrying the fluid grace of a predator. The whisker marks on his cheeks had faded somewhat, while the intense focus in his blue eyes had only sharpened. They approached the temple cautiously, Jiraiya taking the lead as they navigated the overgrown path. "Something's not right," Naruto stated, his senses, far more acute than any normal human's, detecting subtle disturbances in the air. "There are at least 2 chakra signatures inside, powerful ones." Jiraiya nodded, having reached the same conclusion. "Akatsuki always operates in pairs. Be ready, but let me do the talking if possible. We're here to gather information, not start a war." Naruto made no promises. If these were the people hunting Jinchūriki, as Jiraiya suspected, diplomacy might not be an option. They entered the temple to find 2 figures waiting in the main chamber. A tall, shark-like man with a massive wrapped sword and a shorter individual with red eyes that Naruto immediately recognized as the Sharingan. The family resemblance to Sasuke was unmistakable. Itachi Uchiha. Jiraiya identified the second figure, his usual joviality replaced by wary alertness. And Kisame Hoshigaki, former 7 swordsman of the Mist. What brings Akatsuki to such a remote location? Kisame grinned, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "Look at that, Itachi. Our reputation precedes us, and we have quite the welcoming committee, the legendary Toad Sage," and his eyes fixed on Naruto, narrowing slightly. "The Nine-Tails Jinchūriki himself. How convenient." "We were expecting to lure you out, not have you walk right to us," Itachi added, his voice calm and measured despite the tension in the air. "The Nine-Tails is required for our organization's goals." Naruto stepped forward, unimpressed by the implied threat. "Many have tried to use me as a tool, gods and mortals alike. They are all dust now." Something flickered in Itachi's expression, not quite surprise, but reassessment. The Jinchūriki was not reacting as expected. There was no fear, no confusion, not even the hot-headed defiance one might expect from a teenager confronted by S-rank criminals. Instead, there was only cold certainty, the kind that came from absolute confidence in one's own power. "Your reputation is interesting, Naruto Uzumaki," Itachi said after a moment. "Reports speak of abilities beyond what a Jinchūriki should possess, abilities that have nothing to do with the Nine-Tails." "Your reports are incomplete," Naruto replied, reaching slowly for the hilts of his twin blades. "Allow me to provide a demonstration." Jiraiya moved to intervene. 2 against 1, even with Naruto's unusual abilities, was not odds he liked when the opponents were of Akatsuki's caliber. But before he could act, Kisame had swung his massive sword, Samehada, toward Naruto with blinding speed. What happened next stunned even the experienced Sannin. Naruto didn't dodge. He caught the massive blade with one bare hand, stopping it cold despite Kisame's enormous strength behind the swing. "Impossible," Kisame muttered, trying to wrench his sword free. "Samehada can cut through anything, and it absorbs chakra on contact." "It can absorb chakra," Naruto agreed, his skin beginning to take on that now familiar ashen hue. "But what I possess is not merely chakra." With a swift movement, he yanked the sword forward, pulling Kisame off balance, then delivered a punch to the shark man's chest that sent him crashing through one of the temple's stone pillars. Itachi moved then, his Sharingan spinning as he cast a powerful genjutsu. For most opponents, even experienced Jonin, Itachi's illusions were inescapable. But Naruto had faced the illusions of gods in his previous life, had navigated the deceptions of Olympians and Norse tricksters alike. His eyes flashed amber as he dispelled the genjutsu through sheer force of will, then drew his blades in a single fluid motion. "Your eyes are impressive, Uchiha, but I have faced far worse than borrowed divine power." Before Itachi could respond, Naruto was upon him, moving with a speed that even the Sharingan struggled to track. The Uchiha was forced to defend with kunai, the metal scraping against Naruto's blades with a shower of sparks. "Interesting," Itachi murmured as they locked weapons. "You're not using the Nine-Tails' power at all." "I have no need of it for one such as you," Naruto replied, though this wasn't entirely true. He was deliberately holding back the fox's power, saving it as a surprise should the situation deteriorate further. Kisame had recovered by this point and rejoining the battle with a water dragon jutsu that filled the temple chamber. Naruto disengaged from Itachi, leaping above the surging water and channeling his power into his blades, which began to glow with orange-red energy. "Enough assessment," he declared, bringing the blades down in a cross slash that released a wave of energy, not chakra, that cut through Kasame's water dragon and continued toward the Akatsuki pair. Itachi's eyes widened fractionally, the only indication of his surprise as he and Kasame were forced to separate to avoid the attack. The energy wave struck the temple wall behind them, reducing it to rubble with a thunderous crash. "We're outmatched here, Itachi," Kasame called, reassessing the situation. "This kid is no ordinary Jinchūriki." Itachi nodded slightly. They had come to capture the Nine Tails, but their intelligence had clearly been incomplete. Whatever power Naruto Uzumaki wielded alongside the tailed beast, it was something neither of them had encountered before. "We will withdraw for now," Itachi decided. "But know this, Naruto Uzumaki, Akatsuki will not abandon its goals. We will meet again." "And when we do," Naruto replied, his blade still glowing with power, "the outcome will be the same. I am not prey, Uchiha. I am the predator." As the Akatsuki pair retreated using a smoke bomb to cover their escape, Jiraiya approached Naruto with newfound respect in his eyes. "You just fought two S-rank criminals to a standstill," he observed. "Without even using the Nine Tails chakra, I'm starting to think I should be learning from you, not the other way around." Naruto sheathed his blades, allowing his transformation to fade. "They were testing us, not fighting at full capacity. As was I. The real battle will come later." Jiraiya nodded soberly. "And what then? Akatsuki has multiple S-rank members, all hunting the tailed beasts. Even with your abilities, those aren't odds I'd want to face." "Then we change the odds," Naruto stated simply. "In my experience, hunters often become the hunted when their prey decides to stop running." The implication was clear. Naruto had no intention of waiting for Akatsuki to come for him again. He would take the fight to them on his terms when the time was right. As they made their way back to Konoha, Jiraiya found himself reflecting on the strange journey that had brought him to this point, acting as mentor to a boy who claimed to be the reincarnation of a god of war from another realm, a claim that seemed less outlandish with each demonstration of his abilities. "You know," the Sannin mused, "if even half of what you've told me about your previous life is true, the stories would make one hell of a book series." Naruto glanced at him, a rare hint of amusement in his eyes. "Write what you wish, sage. But remember, the truth of gods and monsters is often far bloodier than mortals can stomach." The encounter with Akatsuki marked a turning point. The organization's interest in capturing the tailed beast for some unknown purpose represented a threat not just to Naruto, but to all Jinchūriki, and by extension, to the balance of power among the shinobi nations. Upon their return to Konoha, Jiraiya and Naruto reported the encounter to the Hokage, who immediately called a council meeting to discuss the implications. "If Akatsuki is actively hunting Jinchūriki," the third Hokage stated to the assembled council members, "then we face a threat that transcends village boundaries. This may require unprecedented cooperation with other nations. Cooperation with those who would steal our secrets and undermine our strength." Danzo Shimura, leader of the Root faction, objected. "The other villages cannot be trusted. We should focus on protecting our own Jinchūriki and let the other nations fend for themselves." Naruto, present at the meeting due to his direct involvement, regarded Danzo with cool assessment. In this old war hawk, he recognized a familiar type, the kind of manipulator who had populated Olympus, speaking of protection while pursuing power for its own sake. "Your perspective is limited by your fear," Naruto stated, drawing shocked looks from council members unaccustomed to a 16-year-old addressing them so directly. "Akatsuki seeks all tailed beasts. If they succeed in capturing even a few, their power will grow beyond what any single village can counter." "And what would you suggest, boy?" Danzo asked, his single visible eye narrowing. "That we expose our strengths and weaknesses to potential enemies?" "I suggest we recognize the greater threat," Naruto replied evenly. "I have seen civilizations fall because they were too proud to unite against a common enemy. The gods of Olympus stood divided, and I brought them down one by one. Akatsuki will do the same to the shinobi villages if you cling to old hatreds." The reference to Olympus drew confused looks from most council members who assumed it was some obscure metaphor. Only the Hokage, Jiraiya, and a few others knew the truth behind Naruto's words. "Perhaps," the Hokage intervened, "we should begin with more limited cooperation, sharing intelligence about Akatsuki's movements rather than military alliance." This compromise proved acceptable to most, though Danzo remained visibly dissatisfied. As the meeting concluded, the elder lingered, approaching Naruto with a measured step. "You speak with unusual authority for one so young," Danzo observed, studying Naruto with his single eye. "One might wonder where such confidence comes from." "One might," Naruto agreed, meeting the elder's gaze without hesitation. "But wisdom asks better questions than where confidence comes from. It asks whether that confidence is justified." "And is yours?" "You have seen what I can do," Naruto replied. "Judge for yourself." Danzo's expression remained impassive, but something calculating flickered in his eye. "I have indeed, which is why I find myself curious about your unique abilities. Abilities that seem distinct from the Nine Tails' power." "Curiosity is natural," Naruto acknowledged. "Satisfaction is not guaranteed." With that cryptic response, he turned and walked away, leaving Danzo staring after him with a mixture of irritation and interest. The elder had spent decades collecting shinobi with unusual bloodlines and abilities for his root program. A power like Naruto's, something outside the known spectrum of shinobi capabilities, would be a valuable addition to his arsenal. But Naruto sensed the man's ambitions as clearly as if they had been spoken aloud. He had dealt with power-hungry manipulators before. Danzo would bear watching. In the year that followed, Naruto's reputation continued to grow. Missions with Team Guy and occasional joint operations with Jiraiya established him as one of Konoha's most formidable assets. Enemy shinobi began to retreat rather than engage when they recognized the ashen-skinned warrior with twin blades. Some even whispered that a new god of shinobi had emerged, an ironic title given Naruto's true nature. At 17, he had reached the rank of full jonin, though he remained selective about the missions he accepted. His focus had narrowed to two primary objectives: protecting Konoha from immediate threats and gathering intelligence on Akatsuki's movements. The Nine Tails, now more partner than prisoner, had grown increasingly cooperative as it observed Naruto's consistent strength and integrity. The ancient fox had existed for centuries, had been sealed into multiple hosts, but never had it encountered a Jinchūriki like this one. A being whose own power rivaled or even exceeded its own. "You truly were a god, weren't you?" the Nine Tails asked during one of their regular conversations in the shared mindscape. "Not merely a human with delusions of grandeur." "I was," Naruto confirmed, seated cross-legged in the twilight landscape that represented their mental connection, though godhood proved more burden than blessing. The fox considered this. "And yet you seek to protect this village, these humans who feared and hated you as a child. Why?" It was a question Naruto had asked himself many times. Why defend this place? Why not simply use his growing power to pursue his own path, as he might have in his previous life? "I protect what deserves protection," he finally answered, "not out of sentiment, but because it is what I have chosen to do. The village contains those worth defending, children who deserve better than I had, people who have shown kindness despite fear, a way of life that, while flawed, allows for growth and change." The Nine Tails snorted. "Noble sentiments from the god of war." "I was not always the god of war," Naruto reminded it. "Before that, I was a soldier, a husband, a father. The rage that defined me for so long was born of betrayal and loss. In this life, I seek something different." "Balance," the fox suggested, surprising Naruto with its insight. "You seek to balance what you were with what you might become." Naruto nodded slowly. "Perhaps, though balance has never come easily to me." Their conversation was interrupted by a summons from the physical world. An Anbu messenger had arrived at Naruto's apartment with urgent news. The Akatsuki had been sighted near Sunagakure, apparently targeting the One-Tails Jinchūriki, Gaara, who had since become the 5th Kazekage. The mission to Suna was authorized immediately. A team consisting of Naruto, Might Guy, and Kakashi Hatake departed within the hour, pushing themselves to cover the vast distance between Konoha and Sunagakure as quickly as possible. "Gaara has improved his control over the One-Tail significantly," Kakashi explained as they traveled. "But Akatsuki members are S-rank criminals. Even a Hokage might be overwhelmed if caught unprepared." Naruto nodded grimly. His encounter with Itachi and Kasame had demonstrated Akatsuki's capabilities. If they were targeting Gaara specifically, They would have sent members suited to countering his sand-based abilities. They arrived at Suna to find the village in disarray. An attack had already occurred. A blonde Akatsuki member specializing in explosive clay techniques had infiltrated the village and engaged Gaara in aerial combat. The Kazekage had defended his people admirably, but had been captured when he used the last of his chakra to save the village from a massive explosion. "They're extracting the One-Tail," a Suna council member explained frantically. "Our intelligence suggests they've taken him to a cavern system in the river country. The extraction process takes time, but once complete, Gaara will." He didn't need to finish the sentence. Everyone knew that removing a tailed beast killed the Jinchūriki. "We move now," Naruto stated, already turning to leave despite having just completed a 3-day journey at top speed. Every moment wasted decreases his chances of survival. Neither Guy nor Kakashi argued. They set out immediately, joined by a Suna puppet master named Kankuro, Gaara's brother, who knew the general location of the Akatsuki hideout. As they raced toward the extraction site, Naruto entered a mental dialogue with the Nine Tails. "I will need your power for what comes," he stated without preamble. "Full cooperation, not just a portion." The Fox considered this request. Since modifying the seal, they had established a working relationship where the Nine Tails would share its chakra in measured amounts, but never its full power. What Naruto was asking now went beyond their usual arrangement. "You realize what this means," the Fox replied. "My full chakra, combined with your divine essence, could have unpredictable effects. It might even damage this body permanently." "I am aware of the risks," Naruto acknowledged. "But Akatsuki has gathered multiple members for this extraction. We will be outnumbered and outmatched unless I can bring overwhelming force to bear." After a moment's consideration, the Nine Tails gave its consent. "Very well. But remember, this body is still mortal, however extraordinary. There are limits to what it can channel without breaking." "I have exceeded limits before," Naruto reminded it. "I will do so again if necessary." They reached the extraction site, a cave sealed with a massive boulder, to find it protected by a 5-point barrier seal. Kakashi, examining the structure with his Sharingan, explained that the seal would need to be removed simultaneously from 5 different locations. That would normally require us to split up and risk being picked off individually, he noted. A clever defensive strategy. Naruto studied the barrier, then turned to his companions. "Stand back." "Wait," Kakashi protested. "This type of seal can't just be brute forced. It requires..." Before he could finish, Naruto had closed his eyes, drawing deeply on both his innate power and the Nine-Tails chakra. The combination manifested visibly, his skin taking on the ashen hue, fiery veins pulsing beneath the surface, while a crimson chakra cloak formed around him, initially with 1 tail but rapidly growing to 3, then 4. The ground beneath his feet began to crack as the sheer pressure of his combined power distorted the air around him. When he opened his eyes, they glowed with an unholy light, the amber of his godly heritage overlaid with the crimson of the Nine Tails. "Enough delays," he roared, his voice distorted and multi-layered, as if 2 entities were speaking simultaneously. With a movement almost too fast to follow, he launched himself at the barrier, fist extended. The impact created a sound like thunder, a shockwave that forced his companions to brace themselves against the blast of air. The barrier held for a moment, a testament to its creator's skill, then shattered like glass, the complex sealing formula disintegrating under the combined might of a god and a tailed beast working in perfect harmony. The boulder blocking the entrance didn't just break, it disintegrated into dust. Inside the cavern, the Akatsuki members engaged in the extraction ritual looked up in shock as their barrier collapsed. 7 figures stood on the fingers of a massive statue, their projections flickering as the disruption to the ritual broke their concentration. "Impossible," one of them muttered. "No one could break that seal through raw power alone." Naruto stepped into the cavern, his transformed state casting an eerie glow across the dark space. The extraction was already well underway. Gaara lay unconscious on a stone altar, streams of red chakra flowing from his body into the statue's mouth. "Release him," Naruto commanded, his dual-toned voice echoing through the chamber, "or be destroyed." The leader of Akatsuki, a figure with ringed purple eyes, studied Naruto with interest rather than fear. The Nine-Tails Jinchūriki comes to us willingly. How convenient. Pain, one of the other members warned. That power he's manifesting, it's not just the Nine-Tails. There's something else mixed with it. Irrelevant, Pain replied. Continue the extraction. I will handle this interruption. As Kakashi, Guy, and Kankuro entered the cavern behind Naruto, they found themselves facing a battlefield unlike any they had experienced. The very air seemed charged with power, reality itself bending slightly around Naruto's transformed state. Guy, Kakashi, Naruto directed without taking his eyes off the Akatsuki members. Get Gaara. I will deal with them. There are 7 of them, Kakashi pointed out, his Sharingan spinning as he analyzed the situation. Even with your power, go! Naruto roared, and the force of his command physically pushed his companions back. Without waiting for their compliance, he launched himself toward the statue, moving with such speed that he seemed to teleport. Pain moved to intercept, his Rinnegan eyes glowing as he prepared to use one of his devastating techniques. What followed was a battle that would become legendary even by the standards of the shinobi world. Naruto, channeling both his godly essence and the Nine-Tails chakra, fought not like a ninja, but like the god of war he had once been. His blades, wreathed in flames that were equal parts divine fire and demonic chakra, cut through Pain's techniques as if they were paper. The other Akatsuki members, realizing the threat, abandoned the extraction to join the battle. Explosives from Deidara, puppet attacks from Sasori, scythe strikes from Hidan, elemental techniques from Kakuzu, all converged on Naruto in a symphony of destruction that should have overwhelmed any single opponent. Instead, they witnessed something unprecedented. Naruto entered what he had once called Spartan Rage, a state where his divine power reached its peak, his body becoming a conduit for destruction on a scale that even the Akatsuki had never witnessed. I have killed gods far more impressive than you, he declared as he withstood a direct hit from Pain's Shinra Tensei, the gravitational force barely slowing him down. Your techniques are pale imitations of true power. His counterattack was devastating. Moving faster than even the Sharingan could track, he tore through Akatsuki's defenses, his blades finding vulnerable points with unerring accuracy. Sasori's puppet body shattered under the force of a direct strike. Hidan, despite his immortality, found himself dismembered before he could complete his ritual. Kakuzu lost 3 of his 5 hearts in a single sweeping attack. Pain, recognizing that the situation had become untenable, made a tactical decision. Retreat, he ordered. The one-tail extraction is incomplete, but we cannot capture the 9 tails under these conditions. The Akatsuki members disengaged, their projections flickering out one by one as they severed the connection to the statue. Pain himself remained the longest, studying Naruto with those ringed eyes that had seen so much suffering. You are something unexpected, Naruto Uzumaki, he acknowledged. But even your power has limits. We will meet again when circumstances favor us. As the last Akatsuki member vanished, Naruto turned his attention to the statue, which was still drawing chakra from Gaara despite the ritual's interruption. With a roar that shook the cavern, he drove his blades into the statue's base, channeling his combined power directly into the construct. The statue shuddered, the mouths that had been absorbing the one-tail's chakra snapping shut. Cracks spread across its surface, glowing with the same orange-red energy that emanated from Naruto's weapons. With a sound like a mountain splitting, the statue began to crumble, chunks of stone falling away to reveal a complex sealing matrix at its core. Naruto recognized it immediately, a containment system designed to hold the tailed beast's chakra. With precise strikes, he disrupted the matrix, causing the already extracted portion of Shukaku's chakra to flow back toward its rightful host. As the last of the chakra returned to Gaara, Naruto finally allowed his transformation to subside. The ashen hue faded from his skin. The Nine-Tails cloak dissipated, and his eyes returned to their normal blue, though they retained an otherworldly glow for several moments longer. Kakashi, Guy, and Kankuro approached cautiously, having witnessed a display of power that defied conventional understanding of what a shinobi, even a Jinchūriki, should be capable of. Is he? Kankuro began, looking at his unconscious brother. He will live, Naruto confirmed, his voice once again his own. The extraction was incomplete, The one tail remains sealed within him, though weakened. He will need time to recover. Kakashi studied Naruto with new eyes, not just the analytical gaze of the copy ninja, but the assessment of a man who had just witnessed something that changed his understanding of what was possible. What we just saw, he said carefully, that wasn't just the Nine Tails' power, was it? Naruto met his gaze steadily. No, it was not. Then what? Not now, Naruto interrupted, gesturing to Gaara. He needs medical attention, and we are still in enemy territory. Questions can wait until we reach safety. Though clearly unsatisfied with this response, Kakashi nodded. The mission came first. Understanding Naruto's mysterious abilities was a concern for another time. As they departed the cavern with Gaara secured, Naruto felt the familiar weight of hidden eyes upon them. Danzo's Root Anbu had been observing the battle, no doubt reporting every detail back to their master. The old Warhawk's interest in Naruto's abilities would only intensify after this display. So be it. Naruto had faced the scrutiny of gods before. One ambitious elder was hardly cause for concern. The return to Sunagakure was marked by celebration. The rescue of their Kazekage, something unprecedented in the history of Jinchūriki, elevated Konoha's standing significantly in the eyes of the Sand Village. For the first time since the failed invasion during the Chunin exams, there was genuine goodwill between the two villages. Gaara, upon regaining consciousness, requested a private audience with Naruto. The two Jinchūriki met on the roof of the Kazekage Tower, under a desert sky brilliant with stars. You saved my life, Gaara stated without preamble. No one has ever done that before. Naruto nodded, accepting the acknowledgement. We share a burden, though we carry it differently. Yes, Gaara agreed, studying Naruto with those pale green eyes that had seen too much suffering for one so young. But you are more than just a Jinchūriki. I felt it during our battle in the Chunin exams, and the reports from today confirm it. There is something else within you, something older and more powerful than even the tailed beasts. Few would have spoken so directly, but Gaara had never been one for social niceties. His bluntness was something Naruto actually appreciated. There is, Naruto confirmed, seeing no reason to deny what Gaara had already intuited. In a previous existence, I was something different. That essence remains part of me in this life. A reincarnation, Gaara concluded, but not an ordinary one. No, not ordinary at all. Gaara was silent for a moment, absorbing this confirmation of his suspicions. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled, a small hesitant expression that transformed his usually stoic face. Then we are even more alike than I thought, both carrying powers beyond what most could comprehend, both struggling to define ourselves beyond the demons we contain. It was an insightful observation, one that revealed how much Gaara had grown since their first encounter. The bloodthirsty, unstable boy had matured into a thoughtful leader who understood the burden of power. Perhaps, Naruto acknowledged, though my path has been longer than yours. I have already lived one life defined by rage and vengeance. In this one, I seek something else. What? Naruto looked up at the stars, considering the question. What did he seek in this second chance at existence? Not power. He had possessed that in abundance as the god of war. Not vengeance. He had gorged on that until it turned to ash in his mouth. Not even peace. He had found that briefly in the Norse realm before being thrust into this new life. Balance, he finally said, echoing the Nine Tails' earlier assessment. To use strength without being consumed by it. To protect without controlling. To remember what I was without being bound by it. Gaara nodded slowly. A worthy goal, one I might share in my own way. He extended his hand, a gesture that would have been unthinkable for the old Gaara, who shunned all physical contact. You have my gratitude, Naruto Uzumaki. And should Konoha ever need Suna's aid, you need only ask. Naruto clasped the offered hand, recognizing the significance of the moment. Alliances between Jinchūriki were rare. Their villages typically kept them isolated, weapons to be deployed rather than individuals with agency. This personal connection could prove valuable in the coming conflict with Akatsuki. Likewise, he replied, the coming storm will require all of us to stand together. Upon returning to Konoha, Naruto found himself summoned once again to the Hokage's office. This time, however, the third was not alone. The full village council was present, along with Danzo and the other elders. Naruto Uzumaki, the Hokage began formally, We have received the reports from Kakashi and Guy regarding the mission to rescue the Kazekage. The details are extraordinary. Murmurs ran through the assembled council members. Most had heard rumors of Naruto's unusual abilities before, but the scale of power described in the recent reports exceeded anything previously documented. According to these accounts, the Hokage continued, "You single-handedly defeated multiple S-rank Akatsuki members, disrupted a tailed beast extraction ritual, and destroyed a ceiling statue of unknown origin, all while manifesting an energy signature that was recognized as neither standard chakra nor purely the Nine Tails' power." Naruto stood calmly before them, hands clasped behind his back, expression impassive. "The reports are accurate." "Then perhaps," Danzo interjected, stepping forward, "it is time for a full explanation of these abilities. For the security of the village, we must understand exactly what power our shinobi possess, especially when that power exceeds all known parameters." Several council members nodded in agreement. The request seemed reasonable on its face. A village had the right to understand the capabilities of its military assets. But Naruto detected the underlying agenda in Danzo's tone, the hunger for knowledge that could be weaponized. "I have already explained my nature to those with a need to know," Naruto replied evenly. "The Hokage and Jiraiya are aware of my origins and capabilities. And yet they have not shared this information with the council," Danzo pointed out, a hint of accusation in his voice. "Why the secrecy if there is nothing to hide?" The third Hokage frowned at the implied criticism, but didn't immediately respond. The question of how much to reveal about Naruto's true nature had been a point of contention between them for years. "Perhaps," Naruto suggested, addressing the room at large, "the question is not what I am capable of, but how I have used those capabilities. Have I not served Konoha faithfully? Have I not completed every mission assigned to me? Have I not just prevented Akatsuki from capturing a tailed beast and killing an allied Kage?" Several council members shifted uncomfortably. It was true, Naruto's service record was impeccable. Despite his unusual nature and abilities, he had never given them cause to question his loyalty. "Service records can change," Danzo countered. "Loyalty can shift. The village must be prepared for all contingencies." Naruto turned his full attention to the elder, allowing just a hint of his true nature to surface, enough that his eyes flickered briefly with that ancient amber glow. "You speak of contingencies, Elder Danzo, but consider this. If I were truly a threat to Konoha, what contingency would suffice?" The room fell silent at the implicit challenge. It was not a threat precisely, but a cold statement of fact. If Naruto Uzumaki, with all his power, chose to turn against the village, what force could stand against him? The third Hokage, sensing the dangerous direction of the conversation, intervened. "Naruto's nature and abilities are classified at the highest level. Those with sufficient clearance already have access to the relevant information. This council's concern should be how best to utilize his strengths in defense of the village, not questioning loyalties that have been repeatedly demonstrated." Danzo looked as though he might object further, but a meaningful glance from the Hokage silenced him. The matter was closed for now, though Naruto had no illusions about the elder's persistence. Danzo Shimura was not a man who accepted defeat easily. As the council meeting concluded, Naruto was asked to remain behind. Once the room had cleared, leaving only himself and the Hokage, the old man sighed heavily. "You made an enemy today," he observed, lighting his pipe. "Danzo is not someone to be taken lightly, even for one with your unique advantages." "I have faced gods and monsters," Naruto replied simply. "One ambitious elder holds no fear for me." The Hokage shook his head. "That attitude, while understandable given your history, may prove problematic. Danzo operates in shadows, through proxies and agents placed throughout the village. He will not confront you directly. That would be suicide, as you pointed out. But he will seek ways to control or neutralize what he cannot understand." Naruto considered this. The old man wasn't wrong. In his previous life, some of his most dangerous opponents had been those who relied on manipulation rather than direct confrontation. "What would you suggest?" he asked, genuinely curious about the Hokage's perspective. "Transparency, to a point," the third advised. "Allow Jiraiya to present a sanitized explanation of your abilities to the council. something that satisfies their curiosity without revealing the full truth of your origins. Give them enough to feel informed without providing details that could be exploited. It was a pragmatic approach, one that acknowledged both the council's legitimate security concerns and the risks of full disclosure. After consideration, Naruto nodded. Very well. Jiraiya may explain that my unusual abilities stem from a unique interaction between my Uzumaki lineage, the Nine-Tails chakra, and a rare chakra mutation. It is close enough to the truth to be believable without revealing my previous existence. The Hokage smiled slightly. You've learned political compromise. That's progress from the young man who once told the academy instructors he had no interest in their meaningless rules and regulations. Naruto's lips twitched in what might have been amusement. I have lived long enough to know when battles are worth fighting, and when adaptation serves better than confrontation. As he turned to leave, the Hokage added, "One more thing, Naruto. The reports mention that you not only stopped the extraction, but also returned the already extracted portion of the One-Tailed chakra to Gaara. How did you manage that? Even our best sealing experts would consider that impossible." Naruto paused at the door. "In my former life, I wielded the power to control souls, to take them or return them as I saw fit. The essence of a tailed beast is not so different from a soul. The principles are the same, though the application is adapted for this world." With that cryptic explanation, he departed, leaving the Hokage to ponder yet again the true extent of what Naruto Uzumaki, or Kratos, had been in his previous existence, and what he might yet become in this one. The months following the Kazekage rescue mission brought significant changes to the shinobi world. Akatsuki, having suffered unprecedented losses at Naruto's hands, temporarily withdrew from active operations to reassess their strategy. This respite allowed the 5 great nations to strengthen their defenses and intelligence networks, preparing for the conflict they now knew was inevitable. For Naruto, now 18, life took on a new rhythm. No longer assigned to regular team missions, he operated primarily as a special jonin attached to Konoha's Rapid Response Unit, a position that allowed him to intercept threats that required overwhelming force while maintaining the flexibility to pursue Akatsuki when intelligence on their movements surfaced. His reputation had spread far beyond Konoha's borders. In bingo books across the elemental nations, he was classified as an S-rank shinobi with a flee-on-sight recommendation, a designation previously reserved for legends like the Yellow Flash and the Sannin. Some entries mentioned his unusual abilities, describing the ashen skin and fiery veins that manifested during combat, though none came close to understanding the true source of his power. Within Konoha itself, attitudes toward him had evolved. The fear and hostility of his childhood had given way to a different kind of wariness, the respectful distance people maintain from forces they recognize as beyond their comprehension. He was not beloved as the 3rd Hokage had been, or admired as the 4th had been, but he was acknowledged and respected in a way that satisfied him. His former teammates had grown as well. Kiba had developed into a formidable tracking specialist, his partnership with Akamaru allowing them to locate targets across vast distances with unprecedented accuracy. Hinata had matured into a confident kunoichi, whose gentle fist style had evolved to incorporate techniques of her own creation, making her one of the most versatile Hyuga fighters in generations. It was Hinata who sought him out one evening, finding him on the Hokage monument where he often went to meditate, looking out over the village as the sun set. "Naruto-kun," she greeted, her childhood stutter long abandoned. "May I join you?" He nodded, making space on the stone head of the 4th Hokage where he sat. Hinata settled beside him, comfortable in a silence that would have once made her nervous. Years of working together had established a quiet understanding between them, not quite friendship in the conventional sense, but a mutual respect that transcended ordinary relationships. "You leave tomorrow," she observed after a while. "Another mission to track Akatsuki." "Yes," he confirmed. "Intelligence suggests Pain is gathering resources for a major operation. We need to determine his objective." Hinata nodded, her pale eyes reflecting the dying sunlight. "The others worry about you, you know, going after Akatsuki alone." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "I am never truly alone." Whether he meant the Nine Tails or simply his own formidable abilities remained unclear. Still, she persisted, even you have limits. Pain possesses the Rinnegan, the most powerful dojutsu in existence, according to our records, and he is not alone in Akatsuki. Naruto turned to study her, noting the genuine concern in her expression. Of all his former teammates, Hinata had come closest to understanding him, not because she shared his experiences or nature, but because she observed more carefully than most, seeing beyond the surface to the complexities beneath. Your concern is noted, he said, his tone softer than usual. But this is a reconnaissance mission, not a direct confrontation. Even I recognize when patience serves better than force. She smiled at that, knowing how much that admission represented in terms of personal growth. The Naruto who had first joined Team Guy would never have acknowledged any need for caution. Besides, he added, Jiraiya will be there. His network of informants is surprisingly effective. They lapsed into silence again, watching as the stars began to appear in the darkening sky. After a while, Hinata spoke again, her voice thoughtful. Kiba asked me something interesting today. He wanted to know if I had ever seen you truly afraid. I realized I hadn't, not once in all the years we've known you. Naruto considered this. Fear served its purpose in my previous life. It taught me caution, revealed weaknesses to overcome. But I have died and returned too many times to fear death itself. And what other fear matters? The fear of loss, Hinata suggested quietly, of failing those who depend on you. Something flickered in his expression, a momentary vulnerability so rare that Hinata almost doubted she had seen it. Yes, he acknowledged after a pause. That fear remains. It is familiar. In that moment, Hinata glimpsed what few ever saw, the echo of the man behind the god, the father who had lost a child, the husband who had lost a wife. For all his power and immortal heritage, that very human pain had followed him even into this new existence. When you return, she said, changing the subject with characteristic sensitivity, the Hyuga clan is hosting a ceremonial dinner to mark the appointment of the new clan heir. As a former teammate, your presence would be welcome. Naruto raised an eyebrow slightly. The Hyuga clan had always maintained a polite distance from him, recognizing his power but uncomfortable with its unknown origins. An invitation to a clan ceremony was unexpected. You were chosen as heir, he deduced, noting the new confidence in her posture. Despite your father's earlier doubts. She nodded, a hint of pride in her smile. My path was different from what tradition expected, but I proved that gentleness need not mean weakness and compassion can coexist with strength. Lessons many could benefit from learning, Naruto observed. I will attend if circumstances permit. As Hinata took her leave, Naruto remained on the monument, reflecting on their conversation. In his previous life, connections had brought both his greatest joys and deepest sorrows. In this life, he had initially kept others at a distance, wary of repeating past patterns. But perhaps some connections were worth the risk they entailed. The Nine Tails, observing from within their shared consciousness, found the interaction intriguing. The Hyuga female sees more than most, it commented, and fears you less. She sees clearly, Naruto agreed internally, though not completely. Few could bear to see you completely, God of War, the fox replied with unexpected insight. The full truth of what you were and what you did would break most minds in this world. Naruto couldn't disagree. The blood on his hands from his previous existence would flood the oceans of this world. Some burdens were his alone to bear. The reconnaissance mission with Jiraiya took them deep into Amegakure territory, the rumored base of operations for Pain and the core of Akatsuki. The perpetually rain-soaked village, isolated and secretive, presented unique challenges for intelligence gathering. The rain itself is a sensor system, Jiraiya explained as they took shelter in a cave several miles from the village proper. Every droplet reports back to Pain, or more specifically, to the woman who works with him, Konan. They've turned the entire village into a surveillance network. Naruto nodded, impressed despite himself. It was an elegant solution, using the village's natural environment as a defense mechanism. Then direct infiltration is impossible. Not impossible, Jiraiya corrected with a grin. Just extremely difficult, which is why we're going to use a different approach. He retrieved a scroll from his pack, unrolling it to reveal a complex sealing array. This is a chakra-dampening seal I've been developing. It doesn't eliminate chakra signatures completely, but it masks them enough to pass as ordinary civilians, provided we don't use any jutsu while in the village. Naruto studied the seal with interest. Clever, but it won't conceal my other energy signature if I need to draw on it. Which is why you're my backup, not my infiltration partner, Jiraiya explained. I'll go in with one of my trusted informants. You'll remain outside the sensor range as our extraction plan if things go wrong. It was a sensible strategy, leveraging Jiraiya's espionage skills while keeping Naruto's overwhelming power in reserve. Still, something about the plan troubled him, a faint sense of foreboding that he had learned to trust over centuries of warfare. I don't like it, he stated bluntly. Separating our forces against an enemy of Pain's caliber is tactically unsound. Jiraiya chuckled. Your concern is touching, kid, but remember who you're talking to. I'm not just the legendary Toad Sage for my good looks and literary genius. I trained Pain, or at least the man I believe is behind that identity. If anyone can get in and out undetected, it's me. Naruto remained unconvinced, but he recognized the value of Jiraiya's experience and networks. The Sannin had been gathering intelligence on Akatsuki longer than anyone, and his methods, while unorthodox, were generally effective. Very well, he conceded, but at the first sign of trouble, I'm coming in, censor rain or not. Jiraiya nodded, his expression turning serious. Fair enough, but if that happens, don't hold back. Pain is unlike any opponent you faced in this world. The Rinnegan gives him abilities that even I don't fully understand, despite being his teacher. I have faced gods with the power to reshape reality, Naruto reminded him. Pain is powerful by this world's standards, but perspective is important. The Sannin shook his head with a wry smile. You know, even after all these years, I still can't tell if your claims about your previous life are the most elaborate psychological defense mechanism I've ever encountered, or the literal truth. But either way, your confidence is reassuring. Naruto didn't bother responding to the familiar debate. Whether Jiraiya fully believed his origin story or not was irrelevant. The Sannin had seen enough of his abilities to respect his power, and that was sufficient for their purposes. The infiltration began the following night. Jiraiya, disguised as a traveling merchant, entered Amigakure with his contact, a local informant who had been feeding him information on Akatsuki's movements for months. Naruto remained at the established extraction point, his senses extended to their limits to monitor for any disturbance that might indicate trouble. Hours passed with no communication. This was expected. Jiraiya had warned that maintaining the chakra-dampening seal required his full concentration, and any attempt at communication would risk detection. Still, as the night wore on, Naruto's sense of unease grew. Inside his mindscape, the Nine-Tails stirred restlessly. Something is wrong, it growled. The air has changed. Naruto had noticed it too, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a heaviness that reminded him of the moments before Zeus unleashed his thunderbolts. The calm before catastrophic violence. Without further hesitation, he reached out to the Nine-Tails. I need your chakra. Full cooperation. The fox didn't argue. It had come to trust Naruto's instincts in matters of battle and danger. Take it. But remember what happened last time you channeled both powers at full capacity. This body has limits. Limits can be surpassed, Naruto replied, already feeling the fox's chakra merging with his own divine essence. The familiar transformation began. Ashen skin, fiery veins, the crimson chakra cloak forming around him, initially with one tail but rapidly growing. He moved toward Amigakure at full speed, no longer concerned with stealth. The sensor rain would detect him immediately, but that no longer mattered. Something had gone wrong. He could feel it with the certainty that came from centuries of warfare. As he approached the village boundaries, the rain intensified, becoming a downpour that limited visibility. But Naruto didn't need to see. He could sense the chakra signatures ahead, a cluster of powerful presences engaged in combat near the center of the village. The scene he encountered confirmed his worst fears. Jiraiya was engaged in battle with not one, but 6 opponents, all wearing the black cloaks with red clouds that identified Akatsuki, all with orange hair and facial piercings, all wielding the Rinnegan. Pain had split himself into multiple bodies, each with different abilities, and was systematically overwhelming the Sannin despite Jiraiya's impressive Sage Mode transformation. Even as Naruto arrived, he saw one of the pain bodies drive a black rod through Jiraiya's throat, a fatal wound by any standard. The Sannin collapsed, using his last moments of consciousness to carve a message on the back of a small toad summon before dismissing it. Something in Naruto snapped at the sight. Jiraiya had been more than just a mentor or comrade. He had been one of the few in this world who had treated Naruto as a person rather than a weapon or a curiosity. The bond between them, while never openly acknowledged, had been real. The transformation that followed made his previous manifestations seem restrained by comparison. The Nine Tails chakra cloak expanded to 6 tails, then 7, while his divine essence surged to levels he had rarely accessed in this life. The combination created a pressure wave that shattered windows throughout the village and caused the very ground to crack beneath his feet. "Pain!" he roared, his voice carrying the thunder of divine wrath. "Face me!" The 6 bodies of pain turned as one, their Rinnegan eyes widening slightly at the sight of the transformed Jinchūriki. Even with their linked vision and shared consciousness, they struggled to comprehend what stood before them, a being that registered as neither fully human nor purely Biju. The Nine Tails Jinchūriki, the primary pain body, observed, his voice eerily calm despite the overwhelming pressure radiating from Naruto. "Your arrival was anticipated, though your form is unexpected." "You killed Jiraiya," Naruto stated, drawing his twin blades, which immediately ignited with flames that combined the orange-red of his divine power and the crimson of the Nine Tails of Chakra. "For that alone, your existence ends today." Pain's expression remained impassive. Death is the natural outcome of the path of violence that shinobi have chosen. Jiraiya understood this, even as he opposed it. His death, like all deaths in this cycle of hatred, has meaning only if it leads to understanding. Naruto had no interest in philosophy or justifications. With speed that even the Rinnegan struggled to track, he launched himself at the nearest pain body, the one that had dealt the fatal blow to Jiraiya. His blades struck with such force that they sheared through the black receiver rods the body used for defense, continuing through to sever its arm completely. The other pain bodies reacted immediately, coordinating their attacks with the precision that made them so formidable. The largest body, the Prita Path, moved to absorb Naruto's chakra. Another, the Deva Path, used gravitational force to repel him. A third summoned a massive creature to intercept his next attack. Under normal circumstances, even a Jinchūriki would have been overwhelmed by such a coordinated assault. But Naruto was no ordinary Jinchūriki, and his rage was not ordinary rage. It was the wrath of a god who had toppled pantheons, channeled through a vessel that contained one of the most powerful tailed beasts in existence. The battle that followed would be spoken of in whispers for generations to come. Naruto moved through Pain's defenses like a force of nature, his blades cutting through summons and receivers alike. When the Prita Path attempted to absorb his chakra, it found itself overwhelmed by the divine component of Naruto's power, energy that existed outside the normal parameters of this world's physics. The Deva Path's gravitational techniques, powerful enough to level entire sections of the village, barely slowed Naruto's advance. When hit with Shinra Tensei, a repulsive force that could shatter mountains, he simply planted his blades in the ground and weathered the attack, then continued his relentless assault. One by one, the pain bodies fell. The animal path, its summons torn apart by Naruto's blades. The human path, severed at the waist when it attempted to extract Naruto's soul. The Naraka path, its king of hell summon, destroyed by a concentrated blast of combined chakra and divine energy. The Prita path, overloaded and incapacitated when it tried to absorb more power than it could contain. Finally, only the Deva path, the primary body, remained. Battered but still functional, it faced Naruto across a landscape transformed by their battle. Buildings had collapsed, craters marked the ground, and the endless rain had turned to steam where Naruto's power had superheated the air. Impressive, Pain acknowledged, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But futile. Even if you destroy this body, you have not defeated Pain itself. Our goal remains unchanged, to bring true peace through understanding of pain. Your concept of peace is meaningless, Naruto replied, his dual-toned voice echoing across the ruined battlefield. True peace comes not from inflicting suffering, but from ending the cycle of vengeance. I have walked that path longer than you can imagine. For the first time, something like doubt flickered in Pain's renegade eyes. What are you? He asked. You are more than a Jinchūriki, more than a shinobi. Naruto advanced slowly, his transformed state casting an eerie glow through the rain. I am what remains when gods fall and new worlds are born. I am what endures when empires crumble and oceans dry. I have been called many names across many lifetimes, but in this one, I am simply Naruto Uzumaki, and you have killed someone under my protection. With that, he launched his final attack, not with his blades, but with a technique that combined the Rasengan Jiraiya had taught him with his own divine power. The spiraling sphere, wreathed in flames that were equal parts chakra and godly essence, struck Pain's chest with devastating precision. The Deva Path's eyes widened in the moment before impact, recognition, and perhaps even a hint of peace visible in those ringed pupils. Then the technique connected, and the body that had once been Yahiko, Pain's original form, disintegrated under the combined force of mortal and divine power. As the dust settled, Naruto allowed his transformation to subside, though he maintained enough of the Nine Tails chakra to sense the location of Pain's true body, the emaciated figure of Nagato, controlling the six paths remotely from a hidden chamber. Moving with purpose, he followed the chakra's signature to its source, finding Nagato and his partner Konan in a mechanical apparatus that sustained the Rinnegan wielder's frail body. Konan moved to intercept, paper techniques at the ready, but Nagato raised a hand to stop her. Enough, Konan, he said, his voice weak but resolute. He has earned the right to face me directly. Naruto approached, his expression grim but controlled. The rage that had fueled his transformation had burned itself out, leaving behind the cold clarity he had developed over centuries of conflict. So this is the true Pain, he observed, studying the emaciated figure before him. A puppet master hiding in shadows while others die for his vision. Nagato's Rinnegan eyes met Naruto steadily. Not hiding, sacrificing. Every path I sent to battle was a part of me, experienced every death as my own. That is the nature of pain, to feel it all, to understand it completely. And what did that understanding bring you? Naruto asked. What peace has your path of pain created? The question hung in the air between them, unanswerable in the face of the destruction their battle had caused. Nagato, for all his philosophy and power, had ultimately achieved little beyond perpetuating the very cycle of violence he claimed to oppose. You said I was more than a Jinchūriki, Naruto continued when Nagato remained silent. You were right. In another life, I was a god who walked a path of vengeance much like yours. I destroyed civilizations in my rage, toppled pantheons for my personal justice, and in the end, I learned what you have not, that destruction brings no peace, only more destruction. Nagato's eyes widened slightly. You speak as if you have lived for centuries. I have, Naruto confirmed simply. This is not my first existence, nor my first battle against one who believed pain was the path to enlightenment. For a long moment, Nagato studied him, the Rinnegan seeming to peer beyond the physical into something deeper. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled, a sad, tired expression that transformed his gaunt face. Perhaps Jiraiya-sensei was right after all, he murmured. The cycle can be broken not through pain but through understanding of a different kind. With visible effort, he raised his hands to form a seal Naruto didn't recognize. Konan gasped, moving forward. Nagato, you can't! Your body won't survive that technique. It doesn't matter, Nagato replied calmly. My path ends here, but perhaps it can end with creation rather than destruction. Gedo Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, a massive surge of chakra emanated from Nagato's frail body, flowing outward in waves that Naruto could perceive even without special sensory abilities. Throughout Amigakure, something extraordinary was happening. Those who had died in the recent battle, including Jiraiya, were returning to life. The cost was immediately apparent. Nagato's red hair turned white as his life force drained away, channeled into the resurrection technique. His already frail body began to wither further, the price of defying death's finality. Why? Naruto asked, genuinely surprised by the sacrifice. Why give your life for those you sought to defeat? Nagato's smile remained. though pain etched deeper lines in his face with each passing second. Because you showed me another way, not through words, but through your very existence. If one who walked a path of destruction far longer than mine could find another way, perhaps the cycle truly can be broken. As the technique completed, Nagato slumped in his mechanical chair, life fading from his Rinnegan eyes. With his last breath, he addressed Konan. "Follow him," he whispered. "He carries a truth older than our pain." Then he was gone, leaving behind a legacy transformed in his final moments from destruction to restoration. Konan, tears streaming down her face, gently closed her childhood friend's eyes. "What will you do now?" she asked Naruto, her voice steady despite her grief. Naruto turned toward the village entrance, where he could sense Jiraiya's revived chakra signature moving tentatively, as if disbelieving his own resurrection. "I will continue on my path," he replied simply, "as will you on yours. The question is whether those paths lead back to the cycle of vengeance or towards something new." Konan studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "Akatsuki dies with Nagato. Whatever remains of our organization will hear of what happened here today. That Pain himself recognized a greater truth in the end." As Naruto departed to find Jiraiya, he reflected on Nagato's sacrifice. In his previous life, he had rarely witnessed such profound transformation at the moment of death. Perhaps this world, for all its violence and conflict, still held possibilities for redemption that Olympus had never offered. The Nine Tails, observing from within their shared consciousness, seemed equally thoughtful. The Rinnegan wielder saw something in you that changed him. What truth do you carry that could transform an enemy in his final moments? Naruto considered the question as he made his way through the rain-soaked streets. Perhaps the truth that even gods can change. That vengeance is not the only path. That after centuries of bloodshed, there can still be something new. The fox fell silent, absorbing this perspective. It had existed for centuries, had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, had been used as a weapon by generation after generation of humans. The concept that even such ancient beings could change, could find new paths. It was a notion worth contemplating. Jiraiya's resurrection transformed what should have been a somber return to Konoha into a triumphant homecoming. The Sannin, never one to miss an opportunity for dramatic storytelling, regaled anyone who would listen with tales of his journey through the afterlife and heroic return from death's embrace. Though he was noticeably vague about the actual details of his resurrection, the truth of what had happened in Amegakure, of Nagato's identity as Pain, his connection to Jiraiya, and his final sacrifice, remained classified at the highest level. The official record stated only that Akatsuki had suffered a significant defeat, and that the organization's leadership had been dismantled. For Naruto, now 19, the aftermath of the Pain confrontation brought unexpected changes. The village's perception of him shifted once again, the fear and wariness now tempered with a new kind of respect. He had left to save a Konoha legend and had returned successful, further cementing his status as one of the village's most valuable assets. More significantly, the defeat of Pain had disrupted Akatsuki's operations to such an extent that the immediate threat to Jinchūriki had diminished considerably. This provided a rare opportunity for Naruto to focus on aspects of life beyond combat and missions, personal development that had often been neglected in favor of military necessity. It was during this period that he finally attended the Hyuga clan ceremony he had promised Hinata before departing for Amegakure. The formal recognition of her position as clan heir represented a significant shift in the traditionally rigid Hyuga hierarchy, an acknowledgement that compassion and flexibility could coexist with strength and tradition. The ceremony itself was elaborate, steeped in centuries of Hyuga protocol. Naruto, dressed in formal attire that Hinata had thoughtfully arranged for him, observed the proceedings with interest. The ritualized combat demonstrations, the formal oaths, the transfer of clan knowledge, all reminded him somewhat of the ceremonies of ascension he had witnessed in his previous life, though without the divine trappings of Olympus or Asgard. During the reception that followed, he found himself approached by Hiyashi Hyuga, the clan head and Hinata's father. The stern patriarch had always maintained a respectful distance from Naruto, neither openly antagonistic like some villagers, nor particularly welcoming. "Uzumaki-san," Hiashi greeted formally. "Your presence honors our ceremony." Naruto inclined his head slightly. "The honor is deserved. Your daughter has proven herself a warrior of exceptional skill and character." Something flickered in Hiyashi's pale eyes. Pride, perhaps, or acknowledgement of a truth he had been slow to recognize himself. "Yes, she has, though not in the manner I once expected." "The strongest paths are rarely the expected ones," Naruto observed, thinking of his own journey across multiple lifetimes. Hiashi studied him with the penetrating gaze characteristic of the Hyuga. "My daughter speaks highly of you. She says you showed her that true strength comes in many forms, not just the traditional Hyuga approach." It was an unexpected acknowledgement. Naruto had never deliberately set out to influence Hinata's development, yet it seemed his very existence, his demonstration that power could manifest in unconventional ways, had helped shape her confidence in her own path. "She found her own strength," he replied simply. "I merely existed alongside her journey." The conversation might have continued, but they were interrupted by the arrival of Hinata herself, resplendent in formal robes that marked her new status within the clan. The subtle confidence in her posture, the calm assurance in her eyes, these were far removed from the timid girl who had once stood in Naruto's shadow during team missions. "Father, Naruto-kun," she greeted them both with a smile. "I'm glad to see you talking." "We were discussing strength and expectations," Hiashi explained. His usual sternness softened slightly in his daughter's presence. "Uzumaki-san has interesting perspectives on both." Hinata's smile widened. "He always has. It's part of what makes him such a valuable ally to Konoha." The unspoken message was clear. Naruto was more than just a weapon or a Jinchūriki. He was a person whose insights and existence had value beyond his combat capabilities. It was a perspective few in the village had bothered to consider, focused as they were on his power rather than his personhood. As the evening progressed, Naruto found himself in conversation with various Hyuga clan members, many of whom seemed genuinely interested in his experiences and perspectives, rather than merely tolerating his presence out of obligation to Hinata. It was a novel experience, social interaction based on mutual respect rather than fear or necessity. Later, as the formal portions of the celebration concluded and guests began to depart, Hinata joined him on one of the garden terraces overlooking the Hyuga compound. "Thank you for coming," she said quietly. "I know these social functions aren't particularly to your taste." Naruto nodded, gazing out at the meticulously maintained gardens below. "It was informative. Your clan has traditions older than most in the village." "Some would say too old," Hinata replied with a hint of amusement. "Part of my role as heir will be to preserve what is valuable in those traditions while allowing for necessary change." "A challenging balance to maintain," Naruto observed. "In my experience, traditions often resist change precisely when they most need it." Hinata studied him curiously. "You speak as if you've witnessed centuries of tradition, not just decades." It was an opening, an opportunity to share more of his true nature with someone who had earned his trust through years of quiet understanding. After a moment's consideration, Naruto decided to take it. "I have," he said simply. "This is not my first life, Hinata. Before I was Naruto Uzumaki, I existed in another realm, another time. I was known as Kratos, the Ghost of Sparta, the god of war." He expected disbelief, perhaps even concern for his mental state. Instead, Hinata nodded thoughtfully, as if he had merely confirmed something she had long suspected. "That explains much," she said. "The way you move, the things you know, the power you wield that isn't the Nine-Tails chakra." She paused, her Byakugan activating briefly. "I've seen it, you know, the other energy that flows through you alongside your normal chakra. It's ancient, almost divine." Her acceptance, her lack of judgment or skepticism was unexpected but welcome. In his previous life, Kratos had rarely found understanding from others. Even Atreus, his own son, had struggled to comprehend the full weight of his father's past. Yet here was Hinata Hyuga, accepting the impossible with the same quiet grace she brought to everything. "Few know this truth," Naruto continued after a moment. "The Hokage, Jiraiya, a handful of others. It is not something I share lightly." "I understand," she assured him, "and I'm honored by your trust." She hesitated, then asked the question that naturally followed. "What was it like, being a god?" Naruto looked up at the stars, considering how to answer, how to distill centuries of existence, of triumph and tragedy, into words a mortal could comprehend. Isolating, he finally said. Power separates. The greater the power, the greater the isolation. How if gods stand apart from those they rule, unable to truly understand the mortal experience, while mortals can never fully comprehend the divine perspective. It is a chasm few can bridge. Hinata absorbed this, her expression thoughtful. Is that why you keep your distance from most people? Because you're still a god trapped in a mortal world? Not trapped, he corrected. Reborn. And the distance, it is habit as much as necessity. In my previous life, connections brought pain as often as joy. I learned caution. Yet you're sharing this with me now, she observed. Why? It was a fair question, one that Naruto himself had been considering. Why Hinata, when he had maintained his secrets even from those like Kakashi or the other Jonin who worked closely with him? Because you see, he replied simply, not just with your Byakugan, but with something deeper. You observe without judgment, understand without demanding explanation. It is rare. A faint blush colored Hinata's cheeks at the compliment, but her composure remained intact, another sign of her growth from the easily flustered girl she had once been. Thank you for trusting me with your truth, she said. It changes nothing about how I see you, except perhaps to understand better the weight you carry. As they parted ways that evening, Naruto found himself reflecting on the unexpected turn their relationship had taken. Not romance. His heart remained guarded by centuries of loss and caution. But something equally valuable, genuine understanding. Perhaps in this new life, connections need not always lead to tragedy. The Nine Tails, ever observant, noted this shift with interest. The Hyuga female accepts your true nature without fear, unusual for a mortal. She is unusual in many ways, Naruto acknowledged, as are you for a demon who once sought only destruction. The fox made a sound that might have been laughter. Perhaps we are all changing in this strange new existence of yours, God of War. Even ancient beings can learn new paths. It was, Naruto reflected, perhaps the most profound truth he had encountered in either of his lives, that change remained possible, even for gods and demons, even after centuries of following the same patterns. If he, who had been defined by rage and vengeance for so long, could find another way, what other transformations might be possible? The next 2 years brought relative peace to the shinobi world. With Akatsuki's leadership dismantled and its plans disrupted, the immediate threat to the tailed beasts had diminished significantly. The remaining members, primarily Zetsu, Tobi, and a few recruits who had joined after the original core group, maintained a low profile, their objectives unclear, but presumably altered from the original goal of capturing all 9 Biju. For Naruto, now 21, this period allowed for development beyond combat and missions. While maintaining his duties as a Jonin of Konoha, he also devoted time to exploring aspects of his dual nature that had previously been neglected in favor of immediate military necessity. Working with Jiraiya and, occasionally, seal masters from allied villages, he refined his understanding of the modified seal that connected him to the Nine Tails. What had begun as a pragmatic alliance evolved into something more complex, a genuine partnership based on mutual respect and shared objectives. The Fox, for its part, found this arrangement increasingly satisfactory. After centuries of being treated as a mindless weapon to be controlled and exploited, being acknowledged as a sentient being with its own perspective was refreshing. And while it would never admit as much, there was a certain satisfaction in being partnered with a host powerful enough to command respect rather than fear. Your control has improved, the Nine Tails observed during one of their regular meditation sessions in their shared mindscape. The integration of my chakra with your divine essence is more stable now. Naruto nodded, seated cross-legged in the twilight landscape that represented their mental connection. The principles are not dissimilar to how I once channeled different divine powers simultaneously. It requires balance rather than dominance. The fox studied him with those ancient eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. You speak of balance frequently now. A change from the god of war I glimpsed in your memories, the one who sought only destruction. I have lived long enough to recognize patterns, Naruto replied. The path of pure destruction leads only to emptiness. I walked that road once, left nothing but ruins in my wake. This life offers alternatives. And what alternatives interest the slayer of gods? The fox asked, genuine curiosity evident in its tone. What does one do after toppling pantheons? It was a profound question, one that Naruto had been considering since his rebirth in this world. What purpose could there be for a being who had already experienced the extremes of existence? Godhood and mortality, vengeance and redemption, destruction and creation. Perhaps, he said after a thoughtful pause, to build rather than destroy, to protect rather than conquer, to find what was missing in godhood, connection without manipulation, power without corruption, existence with meaning beyond survival. The Nine Tails made a sound that might have been thoughtful. Ambitious goals, even for one who has slain gods. Such things have eluded mortals and immortals alike since the dawn of consciousness. Yet we continue to seek them, Naruto observed, which suggests their value transcends their attainability. Their philosophical discussion was interrupted by a summons from the physical world. An Anbu messenger had arrived with a priority directive from the Hokage. Emerging from his meditative state, Naruto received the scroll with its official seal, scanning its contents quickly. The message was brief but concerning. Intelligence had confirmed that the remaining Akatsuki members were mobilizing after their long period of inactivity. More troublingly, their target appeared to be not a Jinchūriki, but the 5 Kage Summit, a rare gathering of the leaders of all 5 great shinobi villages, scheduled to discuss ongoing cooperation in the aftermath of the Katsuki crisis. Within the hour, Naruto was in the Hokage's office, receiving a more detailed briefing alongside Kakashi, Guy, and several Anbu captains. Our intelligence suggests that the figure known as Tobi is actually Madara Uchiha, the 3rd Hokage explained, his aged face grave, or at least someone claiming that identity and possessing the Sharingan. Murmurs ran through the assembled shinobi. Madara Uchiha was a legendary figure from Konoha's founding era, supposedly killed by the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. If he somehow survived, or if someone had inherited his power and identity, it represented a threat beyond even Akatsuki's original scope. What is his objective? Naruto asked, his eyes narrowing as he considered the implications. A being with Madara's legendary power, targeting a gathering of the world's most powerful leaders. This was no coincidence. We believe he intends to declare what he calls the 4th Great Ninja War, the Hokage replied gravely. Intelligence suggests he plans to capture all remaining Jinchūriki and reunite the tailed beast for a purpose even our best analysts cannot determine. Kakashi shifted uncomfortably. If it truly is Madara Uchiha, his capabilities would be beyond anything we faced. The historical records describe him as nearly equal to the first Hokage himself. Naruto's expression remained impassive, but inwardly he felt something stir. Not fear, but recognition. Throughout his long existence, he had encountered many who claimed godhood or immortality. Zeus, Ares, Baldur, all had believed themselves untouchable until they met the Ghost of Sparta. This Madara, he said, his voice measured, no matter his power or legend, is still of this world. I am not. The room fell silent at his declaration. Most present knew of Naruto's extraordinary abilities, but few fully comprehended the true extent of what he was. Only the Hokage and perhaps Jiraiya understood that this was not mere confidence, but the assessment of a being who had toppled pantheons. Nevertheless, the Hokage continued after a moment, we cannot allow him to disrupt the 5 Kage Summit. This gathering represents the first true cooperation between the great nations in generations. If Madara succeeds in whatever he's planning, we could lose this fragile alliance before it's even formed. I will attend the summit, Naruto stated, not as an offer, but as a decision already made. Several Anbu captains exchanged glances. Traditionally, each Kage brought only 2 guards to such meetings, a restriction meant to prevent any village from gaining tactical advantage. The other villages might view your presence as Konoha attempting to show military superiority, one captain suggested cautiously. Naruto's eyes flashed briefly with that ancient amber light. They have already witnessed what happened to Pain. My presence is not a display of superiority, it is a guarantee of survival. The Hokage nodded slowly. I agree. the traditional protocols of the Five Kage Summit must adapt to the reality of the threat we face. I will inform the other Kage that Naruto Uzumaki will be accompanying our delegation. And if they object, Kakashi asked. They won't, Naruto replied with absolute certainty. Not after what they've heard about Omegakure. Indeed, news of Pain's defeat had spread throughout the elemental nations with remarkable speed. While the details remained classified, the essential facts were widely known. Naruto Uzumaki had single-handedly defeated the leader of Akatsuki, a wielder of the legendary Rinnegan, and had done so with powers that defied conventional understanding of ninjutsu. The summit was scheduled to take place in the Land of Iron, a neutral territory governed by samurai rather than shinobi. As the Konoha delegation prepared for departure, Naruto spent a final evening in meditation, communing with the Nine Tails about what might lie ahead. You sense it too, the fox observed as they sat within their shared mindscape. Something about this Madara troubles you. Not fear, Naruto clarified, but recognition. The pattern is familiar, a being of great power, believed dead or defeated, returning to implement a grand design that will reshape the world. I have seen it before, in Olympus, in Asgard. The ambitions of would-be gods follow predictable paths. The Nine Tails studied him with those ancient eyes. And how did you respond to such ambitions in your previous life? A ghost of a smile touched Naruto's lips. I tore them down, brick by brick, deity by deity, until nothing remained but ruins and memory. And that is your intention for this, Madara? Naruto considered the question thoughtfully. In my previous life, destruction was my only path. In this one, I have learned there are alternatives. If Madara can be reasoned with, shown the futility of his ambitions against what I represent, perhaps bloodshed can be avoided. The fox's laughter rumbled through their shared consciousness. The god of war considering diplomacy. This world has changed you indeed. Not changed, Naruto corrected. Expanded. The capacity was always there, buried beneath rage and vengeance. Here, without the manipulations of Olympus, I have found clarity. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door of Naruto's apartment. Rising from his meditative state, he found Hinata waiting outside, a small package in her hands. I heard you're leaving for the Five Kage Summit tomorrow, she said without preamble. I wanted to give you this before you departed. He accepted the package, unwrapping it to reveal a specially crafted weapons pouch, designed with reinforced materials and bearing subtle engravings that he recognized as protective seals. For your blades, Hinata explained, I worked with the Hyuga Seal Masters to create something that would complement your unique energy signature. It was a thoughtful gift, one that acknowledged his true nature without drawing unnecessary attention to it. The seals were designed to resonate with both chakra and his divine essence, providing additional stability during combat. Thank you, he said simply, but with genuine appreciation. It will serve well. Hinata nodded, studying him with those perceptive eyes that seemed to see beyond his surface. Be careful at the summit. Not because I worry about your safety, but because the political landscape can be as treacherous as any battlefield. Politics, Naruto observed with a hint of dry humor, was troublesome even among gods. I expect little has changed among Kage. This drew a small smile from Hinata. Just remember that not every challenge can be overcome with strength alone. Sometimes patience and perception are the greater weapons. It was wise counsel, reminiscent of something Atreus might have said in his more thoughtful moments. As Hinata departed, Naruto reflected on how much had changed since his arrival in this world. From an isolated, distrusted child to a being who inspired not just fear, but genuine connection. It was a transformation he would never have anticipated during his centuries as the Ghost of Sparta. The journey to the Land of Iron began the following morning. The Konoha delegation consisted of the third Hokage, his advisors Koharu and Homura, Kakashi Hatake as commander of Konoha's Jonin forces, and Naruto. They traveled swiftly but cautiously, aware that Akatsuki might attempt to intercept them before they reached the summit. Their concerns proved justified when on the third day of travel through a mountain pass near the border of the Land of Iron, they encountered a familiar threat. Kisame Hoshigaki, the shark-like swordsman who had partnered with Itachi and Akatsuki. Naruto Uzumaki, Kisame greeted. his massive sword Samehada unwrapped and pulsing with hungry anticipation. Our last encounter was interrupted. Madara suggested I might enjoy a rematch before the summit begins. The Hokage and Kakashi moved into defensive positions, but Naruto stepped forward alone, his expression impassive. "Your master sends you to die," he stated flatly. "Is that loyalty or merely poor judgment?" Kisame's grin widened, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "You're strong, Jinchūriki, I'll give you that. But you've never faced the full power of the tailless-tailed beast. Samehada has been hungry since our last meeting." Without waiting for further dialogue, Kisame launched into action, his sword swinging in a devastating arc as he simultaneously executed a water jutsu that transformed the mountain path into a miniature ocean. For most opponents, this combination would have been overwhelming. The sudden shift in battlefield terrain coupled with Kisame's inhuman strength in water. But Naruto was not most opponents. As the water surged around him, he remained perfectly still, not even attempting to move to higher ground. When Samehada came crashing down, he caught the massive blade with one bare hand, just as he had during their previous encounter. "You learned nothing from our last meeting," Naruto observed, his skin beginning to take on that now familiar ashen hue. "Allow me to provide a more thorough lesson." Before Kisame could react, Naruto's free hand shot forward, grasping the swordsman's throat with immovable force. The transformation completed rapidly, skin ashen white with fiery veins pulsing beneath, eyes glowing with that ancient amber light that had witnessed the fall of gods. "I have killed deities of the sea far more impressive than you," Naruto stated, his voice taking on that dual-toned quality that signified both his divine essence and the Nine Tails' power working in harmony. "Poseidon himself fell before me, and he commanded oceans, not puddles." With a single powerful motion, he lifted Kisame from the water-covered ground, the shark man's feet dangling as he struggled against a grip that no mortal strength could break. "Your master seeks to declare war," Naruto continued, tightening his grip slightly. "Tell me his true purpose, and perhaps your end will be swift." Despite his precarious position, Kisame laughed, a gurgling, defiant sound. "You think death frightens me? We in Akatsuki have looked beyond death. Madara offers something greater." "There is nothing beyond death except more death," Naruto replied, his voice carrying the weight of one who had traversed the underworld itself. "I have walked those paths. Your master promises illusions." With disturbing calmness, he placed his other hand on Kisame's chest, directly over his heart. Then, drawing on techniques he had mastered in his previous life, he began to extract not chakra, but life force itself. Kisame's eyes widened in shock and pain as he felt something fundamental being torn from his body. Not his soul exactly, but the very essence that animated his physical form. It was a technique beyond any ninjutsu, something that predated the very concept of chakra. "This is the truth beyond death," Naruto stated as Kisame's body began to wither. "Not glory, not rebirth, but dissolution. Remember it as you fade." Within moments, what remained of Kisame Hoshigaki was little more than a dried husk, the life force that had made him one of the most feared shinobi in the elemental nations completely extracted. Naruto released the body, which crumbled to dust before it hit the receding water. Even Samehada, the sentient sword that had consumed countless chakra signatures, seemed to shrink away in fear, its bandages rewrapping themselves as if seeking protection from what it had witnessed. The Hokage and Kakashi had observed the entire encounter without intervening, not out of fear, but from the recognition that their assistance was unnecessary. Still, the display left even these experienced shinobi visibly unsettled. "Was that?" Kakashi began hesitantly. "Was that a technique from your previous existence?" Naruto nodded, allowing his transformation to subside as he turned back to the delegation. "In Olympus, it was called the Army of Sparta, a means of drawing strength from fallen warriors. I have adapted it for this world." The casual reference to adapting godly techniques for mortal use sent a shiver through the observers. It was yet another reminder that Naruto Uzumaki was something far beyond what the shinobi world had ever encountered. "We should continue," the Hokage suggested after a moment, his voice carefully controlled. "The summit awaits, and I suspect this was merely the first attempt to delay or deter us." As they resumed their journey, Naruto noticed Kakashi studying him with a new intensity. The copy ninja had witnessed many extraordinary abilities in his career, had faced legendary opponents, and survived encounters that would have killed most shinobi. Yet even he seemed fundamentally disturbed by what he had just observed. "You have questions," Naruto stated rather than asked as they traveled side by side. Kakashi hesitated, then nodded. "Many, but perhaps the most immediate is, are there limits to what you can do? Boundaries that even you cannot cross?" It was a profound question, one that touched on concerns far deeper than mere tactical assessment. Kakashi was asking, in essence, whether there was anything that could constrain Naruto if he ever chose to turn against Konoha or the world itself. "In my previous life," Naruto replied thoughtfully, "I believe my only limit was death. Then I discovered even death could be overcome with sufficient determination. Now," he paused, considering, "now I recognize different limitations, not of power, but of purpose. The question is not what I can do, but what I choose to do." "And what do you choose?" Kakashi pressed. "To protect what deserves protection, to destroy what threatens it, to find a path that does not merely repeat the cycles of vengeance and destruction that define my previous existence." It wasn't quite the reassurance Kakashi might have hoped for, but it was honest, and perhaps more meaningful than any empty promise of restraint or loyalty. Naruto Uzumaki would follow his own moral compass, guided by experiences that spanned lifetimes. That this compass currently aligned with Konoha's interests was fortunate, but not guaranteed in perpetuity. The Land of Iron greeted them with bitter cold and an impressive display of samurai honor guards. Unlike the shinobi villages with their hidden techniques and deceptive approaches, the samurai valued directness and tradition. Their fortress, carved into the mountains themselves, represented one of the most defensible positions in the known world. As the Konoha delegation was escorted to their quarters, Naruto noted the subtle tension among the samurai guards. They had clearly been briefed about his unusual status and abilities, their hands never straying far from their sword hilts despite the formal diplomatic setting. "They fear you," the Nine Tails observed within their shared consciousness. Not as they might fear a powerful shinobi, but as mortals fear natural disasters, something beyond their comprehension or control. "Fear has its uses," Naruto replied internally. "It makes them vigilant. If Madara attempts to disrupt the summit, their awareness may provide valuable warning." The fox made a sound that might have been amusement. "Once, you would have dismissed their fear as irrelevant to your purposes. You grow more strategic in this life." Before Naruto could respond to this observation, they arrived at the main chamber where the summit would be held. The room was dominated by a massive circular table with 5 positions, each marked with the symbol of one of the great villages. Behind each position stood the respective Kage's guards. Elite shinobi chosen for both their combat abilities and their political acumen. The Tsuchikage, Onoki of the Hidden Stone, was already present, a diminutive but imposing figure whose advanced age belied the tremendous power he still commanded. The Mizukage, Mei Terumi, arrived shortly after the Konoha delegation, her graceful appearance masking the lethal abilities that had allowed her to take control of Kirigakure after years of bloody civil war. The Raikage, A, made the most dramatic entrance, literally smashing through the wall rather than using the door, his massive frame crackling with lightning chakra. His brother, the 8 Tails Jinchūriki Killer B, followed with considerably more restraint but equal presence. Last to arrive was the Kazekage, Gaara, whose promotion to the position of Kage at such a young age had raised eyebrows throughout the shinobi world. His rescue from Akatsuki had only enhanced his reputation, and the gratitude he openly displayed toward Konoha, particularly Naruto, had strengthened the alliance between their villages. As the Kage took their positions, their guards arrayed behind them, Mifune, the general of the Land of Iron and designated neutral mediator for the summit, called the meeting to order. "Honored Kage," he began formally, "we gather in unprecedented times. The threat posed by Akatsuki has demonstrated that no single village, no matter how powerful, can stand alone against organized forces that target the very foundations of the shinobi world." The Raikage slammed his fist on the table, leaving a noticeable dent in the solid stone. "Enough pleasantries. We all know why we're here. Akatsuki has attacked every major village, attempted to capture Jinchūriki, and now threatens open war. The question is, what are we going to do about it? The Tsuchikage huffed dismissively. Always so impetuous, eh? Some things never change, even with age. He turned his gaze toward the Hokage, though I note Konoha has brought an unusual addition to their delegation, the Jinchūriki who defeated Pain. All eyes turned to Naruto, who stood impassively behind the Hokage's chair. The traditional protocol would have had him remain silent unless directly addressed by his Kage, but Naruto had never been one for protocols, in this life or his previous one. I am here because Madara Uchiha plans to target this summit, he stated plainly. His agent Kasame Hoshigaki already attempted to delay our arrival. The Mizukage raised an elegant eyebrow. Attempted? Then Kasame is dead, Naruto confirmed without elaboration. A murmur ran through the chamber. Kasame had been an S-rank criminal, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, powerful enough that most villages had standing retreat orders if he was encountered without adequate backup. You expect us to believe a single shinobi, even a Jinchūriki, defeated Kasame Hoshigaki without assistance? The Tsuchikage asked skeptically. The Hokage raised a hand for silence. What Naruto Uzumaki has accomplished goes beyond what most would consider possible. But I assure you, the reports of his abilities are not exaggerated. He single-handedly defeated Pain and his 6 paths. Kasame posed no greater challenge. Gaara, who had been watching silently, finally spoke. I can attest to Naruto Uzumaki's capabilities. He rescued me from Akatsuki's extraction process, something that has never been accomplished before. His power is beyond conventional understanding. The Raikage snorted. Impressive feats, certainly, but we're discussing a threat to the entire shinobi world. Madara Uchiha is a legend from the founding era, possibly the most powerful Uchiha to ever live. If he truly has returned, one exceptional shinobi, even one who can defeat Pain, may not be sufficient. Naruto's eyes flashed briefly with that ancient amber light. You misunderstand the nature of what stands before you. I am not merely an exceptional shinobi. I am. Before he could complete the statement, the entire chamber shuddered violently. The stone ceiling cracked, dust and debris raining down as a swirling distortion appeared in the center of the room, a space-time technique unlike any most present had ever witnessed. From the distortion emerged a masked figure in an Akatsuki cloak, his single visible eye revealing the Sharingan. Behind him, plant-like creatures began to emerge from the floor and walls, white Zetsu clones, dozens of them, filling the chamber with their unnatural presence. Greetings, Kaji of the 5 great nations, the masked figure announced, his voice carrying an odd dual quality, simultaneously youthful and ancient. I am Madara Uchiha, and I come to declare the beginning of the 4th Great Ninja War. The reaction was immediate. The Raikage, always quick to action, launched himself directly at the masked figure, his body encased in lightning chakra. His fist passed directly through Madara, as if striking empty air, before the Uchiha solidified again and cast him aside with surprising ease. Physical attacks are useless against me, Madara stated calmly, just as your defenses will be useless against what I have planned. I come not to fight, but to inform you of the inevitable. I will capture the remaining Jinchūriki and reunite all tailed beasts. His gaze settled on Naruto, the Sharingan eye narrowing slightly, starting with the Nine Tails. Throughout this exchange, Naruto had remained perfectly still, studying the intruder with the calculated assessment of one who had faced countless enemies across multiple lifetimes. Now, as the other guards and Kage prepared for battle, he stepped forward, moving past the Hokage to stand directly before Madara. You are not what you claim to be, Naruto stated with absolute certainty. I have encountered many who wore false identities, who hid behind masks both literal and figurative. The true Madara would not need such theatrics. For the first time, the masked figure seemed unsettled, taking an involuntary step backward. You know nothing of me, Jinchūriki. I have witnessed the founding of the hidden villages, survived battles that would have destroyed any ordinary shinobi. Perhaps, Naruto acknowledged. But you are not Madara Uchiha. Your chakra signature, your mannerisms, the very way you move, all betray a different identity. Without warning, Naruto's hand shot forward with speed that even the Sharingan struggled to track. Not to strike, but to grasp the mask itself. The masked figure attempted to use his intangibility technique, but found, to his visible shock, that Naruto's hand passed through the phase state as if it were solid. "Impossible," he gasped as Naruto's fingers closed around the mask. "No one can touch me when I phase." "I have walked between realms," Naruto replied calmly, "passed from the world of the living to the underworld and back again. Your technique is impressive by this world's standards, but little more than a parlor trick compared to true dimensional traversal." With a single decisive motion, he tore the mask away, revealing a face that caused gasps of recognition from several present, particularly Kakashi, whose visible eye widened in shock. "Obito Uchiha," he whispered, "but you died. I saw you crushed beneath the boulder." The revealed face, scarred on one side but unmistakably that of Kakashi's long-lost teammate, twisted in fury. The boy called Obito died that day. What remained was shaped by the true Madara into a suitable vessel for his will. "Another puppet, then," Naruto observed, unimpressed, "dancing to strings pulled by those who remain in shadow. I have encountered many such in my existence." Obito's eye blazed with the Mangekyo Sharingan as he attempted to capture Naruto in a genjutsu, a reflexive defense against having his identity exposed. To his evident shock, the technique had no effect whatsoever. "Illusions?" Naruto asked, his voice taking on that dual-tone quality as his transformation began. "I have resisted the deceptions of gods. Your eye techniques are child's play in comparison." As his skin shifted to that ashen white, fiery veins pulsing beneath the surface, the white Zetsu clones surged forward, apparently responding to some silent command from Obito. They converged on Naruto from all directions, their bodies morphing into weapons as they attacked. What followed was not a battle so much as a demonstration. Naruto moved through the attackers with terrifying efficiency, his twin blades materializing in his hands as if conjured from the very air. Each strike severed multiple Zetsu, the blades leaving trails of divine fire that consumed the plant-like flesh more thoroughly than any normal flame. "I have fought armies of the undead," Naruto stated as he cut through the Zetsu without slowing. "Legions of shades, battalions of automatons crafted by Hephaestus himself. Your pale imitations of life pose no challenge." Within moments, the chamber was littered with dismembered Zetsu parts, many still smoldering with that unusual orange-red fire that seemed to burn hotter than normal flames. Obito, momentarily stunned by the display, quickly recovered his composure and attempted to escape through his space-time technique. Naruto was faster. Before the swirling distortion could fully form, he grasped Obito by the throat, lifting him from the ground with one hand while the other pressed the flat of a blade against his chest. "You will remain," Naruto commanded, his eyes now fully aglow with that ancient amber light. "And you will explain to these Kage exactly what the true Madara has planned. No more deceptions, no more masks." Obito struggled against the grip, his Menkyo Sharingan spinning wildly as he attempted to phase through the hold. To the astonishment of all watching, including Obito himself, the technique failed completely, his body remaining solid in Naruto's grasp. "How?" he gasped. "How are you blocking Kamui?" "I am not blocking it," Naruto replied simply. "I am ignoring it. The boundaries between dimensions mean little to one who has traversed them willingly." The assembled Kaji and their guards watched in stunned silence. Even the Raikage, not easily impressed, seemed at a loss for words. This was power beyond what any of them had witnessed before. Not just physical strength or extraordinary jutsu, but something that seemed to operate on fundamentally different principles than the ninjutsu they understood. Seeing no escape, Obito finally ceased struggling, his expression shifting from rage to a cold resignation. "Kill me then. It changes nothing. The Eye of the Moon plan is already in motion. The true Madara has ensured its completion, with or without me." "Eye of the Moon plan?" the Hokage questioned, stepping forward. "Explain." Obito's laugh was hollow, devoid of humor. "A world of truth created through the ultimate Jinjutsu. When all tail beasts are united, the 10 tails can be reborn. Its power, channeled through the Rinnegan and reflected off the moon, will cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, a Genjutsu that encompasses the entire world, granting everyone their deepest desires in an endless dream." "A false existence," Naruto stated flatly. "Another god promising paradise while delivering chains." "Not false," Obito insisted, his voice taking on a fervent quality despite his precarious position. More real than this world of suffering and loss. In the infinite Tsukuyomi, no one dies pointlessly. No one watches their loved ones crushed before their eyes. No one lives with the emptiness that follows. Something flickered in Naruto's expression. Not sympathy exactly, but recognition. He had known loss, had held his wife and child as their lives ebbed away, had carried that hollowness through centuries of existence. I understand the appeal, he acknowledged, surprising many present with the admission. To escape pain, to rewrite reality itself, to exclude suffering. But it is an illusion nonetheless, and illusions, no matter how beautiful, eventually shatter. You know nothing of my pain. Obito spat, his Sharingan blazing. I know everything of pain, Naruto replied, his voice suddenly heavy with the weight of centuries. I have lost wife and child to my own blade. Deceived by gods I trusted, I have carried that knowledge through death itself, through rebirth and beyond. Your suffering, while real, is but a moment compared to the eternity I have endured. The chamber fell silent at this declaration. Most present had heard rumors of Naruto's unusual origins, his claims of being something more than a normal Jinchūriki. But to hear him speak so directly of experiences that transcended normal human existence, it lent a new dimension to their understanding of what stood before them. Enough, the Tsuchikage finally declared, breaking the silence. Whether we believe these fantastical claims or not, the threat Akatsuki poses is real. If this Eye of the Moon plan involves capturing tailed beasts and creating some form of global genjutsu, it must be stopped. The Mizukage nodded in agreement. For once, I find myself aligned with Iwagakure. This transcends our individual village interests. A genjutsu capable of ensnaring the entire world represents an existential threat to all. Then we are agreed, the Hokage stated, looking around at his fellow Kage. The alliance that began as a response to Akatsuki's hunting of Jinchūriki must now expand to address this greater threat. The 5 great nations must stand united against Madara Uchiha and his Eye of the Moon plan. The Raikage, who had been studying Naruto with a calculating gaze throughout this exchange, finally spoke. And what of the Uchiha, he asked, gesturing toward Obito, still held firmly in Naruto's grasp. He is a war criminal, responsible for attacks on multiple villages. His fate must be decided. All eyes turned to Naruto, who had not relaxed his hold despite the lengthy discussion. It was an unusual deference. Typically, such decisions would fall to the Kage themselves, not a Jonin, regardless of his power. In my previous existence, Naruto said thoughtfully, I would have ended him without hesitation. The threat removed, the vengeance satisfied. But I have learned that death is not always the most fitting consequence. He turned his gaze directly to Obito, those glowing amber eyes seeming to peer into the Uchiha's very soul. You have tasted death once already, return through another's manipulation. To send you back to that darkness would be insufficient. Without warning, Naruto pressed his palm flat against Obito's forehead. The Uchiha's body went rigid, a silent scream frozen on his face as something passed between them. Not chakra exactly, but a more fundamental energy that those with sensory abilities could perceive as ancient and utterly foreign to this world. When Naruto finally withdrew his hand, Obito collapsed to his knees, his Sharingan gone, not deactivated but physically altered. Where the Mangekyo pattern had been, there was now only a normal, black pupil. What did you do to him? Kakashi asked, a mixture of horror and fascination in his voice. I removed his connection to the Sharingan, Naruto explained calmly. Not the eye itself, but the spiritual link that allows it to manifest its power. He remains Obito Uchiha, but the abilities that made him a threat are gone. Gasps echoed through the chamber. Such a technique was unheard of in the shinobi world. Bloodline limits like the Sharingan were considered immutable aspects of a person's chakra network, as fundamental as their nature transformation affinities. That's impossible, the Tsuchikage declared. Kekkei Genkai cannot simply be erased. Many things thought impossible become possible when one expands one's understanding of what is, Naruto replied. In my former existence, I wielded the ability to strip gods of their divine powers. The principle is similar, though adapted for this world's particular energies. Obito remained on his knees, staring at his hands as if seeing them for the first time. It's gone, he whispered, touching his eye in disbelief. The power, the connection to Madara, all of it gone. Not gone, Naruto corrected. Transformed. You remain Obito Uchiha with all the potential that entails. But the path that led you to Madara, to Akatsuki, to the Eye of the Moon plan, that path is closed to you now. What you build in its place is your choice. It was, in many ways, a more profound punishment than death, to be forced to live as oneself without the power that had defined one's existence, to face the consequences of actions taken without the shield of altered identity or borrowed strength. The Hokage, seeing the stunned expressions of his fellow Kage, cleared his throat. I propose that Obito Uchiha be remanded to Konoha's custody. Given his connection to our village and the unique nature of his current condition, we are best positioned to ensure he poses no further threat. After some discussion, the other Kage agreed, though the Raikage insisted on regular updates on Obito's status and the implementation of additional seals to restrict what remained of his abilities. With the immediate crisis addressed, the summit returned to its original purpose, formalizing the alliance between the five great nations and developing a strategic response to the threat posed by the true Madara Uchiha, wherever he might be hiding. As the discussions continued, Naruto found himself approached by Gaara during a brief recess. The young Kazakage's expression was thoughtful as he studied the being who had once been his opponent in the Chunin exams. "What you did to Obito," Gaara began quietly, removing his connection to the Sharingan. "Could you do the same with a tailed beast, separate it from its Jinchūriki without killing the host?" It was a profound question, one that touched on the very foundation of how the shinobi world understood the relationship between tailed beasts and their human vessels. "Yes," Naruto confirmed after a moment's consideration, though the process would be more complex given the deeper integration of tailed beast and host. But the principle remains the same. Spiritual connections can be severed without destroying either entity. Gaara absorbed this with typical stoicism, though his eyes revealed the significance of the revelation. The world believes that Jinchūriki are bound to their tailed beasts until death, that this is the immutable order of things. But you represent possibilities beyond what we have accepted as truth. "Truth is rarely immutable," Naruto replied. "Even in my previous existence, supposed constants, the reign of the gods, the separation of realms, the finality of death, proved malleable under sufficient pressure." The young Kazakage nodded slowly. "When this conflict with Madara is resolved, perhaps we should discuss the future of Jinchūriki more broadly. If separation without death is possible, many lives might be transformed." It was a revolutionary concept, the potential end of a system that had defined the balance of power between nations for generations. That such a discussion was happening at all represented how profoundly Naruto's presence had already begun to reshape the fundamental assumptions of the shinobi world. As the summit concluded days later, a formal alliance established, and initial strategies developed for confronting the threat of Madara, Naruto found himself reflecting on the unexpected turns his existence in this world had taken. What had begun as the bewildering rebirth of a god of war in the body of a despised child had evolved into something far more complex, a position where his unique nature and abilities might reshape not just individual battles, but the very structure of this world's power dynamics. The Nine Tails, ever observant, noted this shift in his perspective. "You are thinking beyond immediate threats now," the fox commented as they traveled back toward Konoha. "Considering the longer arc of this world's development, most unusual for one who once focused solely on vengeance." "Perspective changes with time," Naruto acknowledged internally. "In my previous life, I could see only what stood directly before me, the next god to kill, the next revenge to exact. Now, with centuries of experience to draw upon, I see patterns more clearly, the cycles that perpetuate suffering across generations." "And you wish to break these cycles?" the fox asked, genuine curiosity in its ancient voice. "To reshape this world as you once reshaped Olympus, though perhaps with less destruction?" Naruto considered this as the Konoha delegation passed through a mountain valley, the landscape opening before them like a living map of possibilities. "Not to impose my will," he finally replied, "but to open doors that others believe permanently closed. What they build beyond those thresholds must be their own creation." It was, perhaps, the most profound difference between what he had been as Kratos and what he was becoming as Naruto, the recognition that true change could not be forced through strength alone, but required transformation from within. As they approached Konoha's gates, a messenger hawk arrived with urgent news. Sensors had detected a massive chakra signature approaching from the northwest, accompanied by what appeared to be an army of white Zetsu clones. The timing suggested this was not coincidental. The true Madara had apparently learned of Obito's capture and the formation of the alliance, and was moving to implement his plans before the united villages could organize their defenses. So be it, Naruto stated as the Hokage called an emergency council meeting. If Madara wishes to accelerate his timeline, we will meet his challenge directly. Within hours, Konoha's forces were mobilized, not just regular shinobi, but Anbu, specialized jonin, even retired veterans who had returned to service in light of the extraordinary threat. The Hokage established a command center in the central administrative building, coordinating with allied villages through a network of summons and special communication techniques. Intelligence suggests Madara is heading directly for us, Shikaku Nara, Konoha's chief strategist, explained as he outlined the situation. Likely because we have both Obito and Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchūriki he needs for his plan. How many Zetsu accompany him? Kakashi asked, studying the map where enemy positions were marked. Thousands, Shikaku replied grimly. Possibly tens of thousands. Our sensors can't distinguish individual signatures when they're so densely packed. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Even with Konoha's full forces deployed, such numbers presented an overwhelming challenge, especially if the true Madara was as powerful as historical records suggested. Numbers mean nothing, Naruto stated into the silence, his voice calm but carrying absolute conviction. I have faced armies before. The legions of Hades, the Einherjar of Asgard, the automatons of Hephaestus. White Zetsu are pale imitations of true warriors. The Hokage studied him thoughtfully. What do you propose, Naruto? I will meet Madara directly, he replied. Not at our walls, where collateral damage would be inevitable, but in the open field. Let him come to me, and I will show him the difference between legend and reality. Under normal circumstances, such a statement from a 21-year-old jonin would have been dismissed as youthful arrogance. But Naruto Uzumaki had long since transcended normal assessment. His defeat of Pain, his handling of Obito at the Five Kage Summit, his consistent demonstration of abilities that defied conventional understanding, all lent weight to his confidence. Very well, the Hokage decided after brief consultation with his advisors. But not alone. A support team will accompany you to handle the Zetsu forces while you engage Madara directly. Naruto nodded, accepting the compromise. Hinata Hyuga, Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, and Shikamaru Nara, he requested. Their abilities complement my approach, and each has proven their reliability in complex situations. The named shinobi were summoned immediately, briefed on the unprecedented mission they were about to undertake. To their credit, none showed fear at the prospect of facing Madara Uchiha and his army, though Shikamaru did mutter something about the situation being troublesome as he reviewed the tactical parameters. As dawn broke the following day, Naruto and his team positioned themselves in a large clearing approximately 10 miles from Konoha's walls. According to sensor reports, Madara's forces were approaching rapidly from the northwest, maintaining a direct course that suggested confidence bordering on arrogance. He expects us to remain behind the village walls, Shikamaru observed as they finalized their positions. This forward deployment will disrupt his timing, possibly force him to adapt his strategy on the fly. Hinata, her Byakugan activated, scanned the horizon. They're coming, approximately 15 minutes at their current pace. The Zetsu are arranged in a formation around a central figure, presumably Madara himself. Naruto nodded, closing his eyes briefly as he communed with the Nine-Tails. Are you prepared? He asked the ancient fox. For Madara Uchiha, the one who once controlled me with those accursed eyes? The fox's voice carried centuries of resentment, more than prepared, eager. Within their shared mindscape, Naruto and the Nine-Tails had reached a new level of cooperation, not merely the sharing of chakra, but a true battle synchronization that allowed them to anticipate each other's movements and amplify their combined strengths. It was a partnership unlike any other Jinchūriki had achieved with their tailed beast, born of mutual respect rather than dominance. As the white Zetsu army crested the hill before them, Naruto stepped forward alone, his posture relaxed but alert. Behind the front lines of Zetsu walked a solitary figure, tall, with long dark hair and distinctive armor that matched historical descriptions of Madara Uchiha in his prime. Most notably, his eyes gleamed with the concentric circles of the Rinnegan, similar to Pain's, but somehow more ancient, more integrated with his being. The army halted at Madara's silent command, creating an eerie tableau across the open field. Thousands of white, plant-like humanoids arrayed in perfect formation, utterly still as they awaited direction. Naruto Uzumaki, Madara called, his voice carrying easily across the distance. The Nine-Tails Jinchūriki who defeated Pain and captured my apprentice. I must admit, you've proven more interesting than I anticipated. Naruto remained silent, studying his opponent with the calculated assessment that had served him through countless battles across multiple lifetimes. This was indeed the true Madara, the chakra signature, the subtle manifestations of power, the very way he carried himself all confirmed it. Yet there was something unusual about his presence, a quality that suggested this was not a completely natural existence. Nothing to say? Madara continued, taking several steps forward. No declarations of protecting your village? No demands that I surrender? How disappointingly taciturn for one with such a reputation. Words are wasted on the dead, Naruto finally replied, his voice carrying clearly. And you, Madara Uchiha, are dead, whether you acknowledge it or not. What stands before me is merely an echo, sustained through forbidden techniques and borrowed time. Madara's expression shifted from amused condescension to genuine surprise, then settled into cold appreciation. Perceptive. Few would recognize the nature of my current existence so quickly. Yes, I died long ago, after my battle with Hashirama. What you see is a special kind of reanimation. One I prepared myself, far superior to the impure world resurrection that Puppet Kabuto has been using. Reanimation or resurrection, it makes little difference, Naruto stated, beginning to draw on his power. The familiar transformation started, skin taking on that ashen hue, fiery veins pulsing beneath the surface. I have sent gods back to death after they claim to have conquered it. You will be no different. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Madara's ancient features. Whatever reports he had received about Naruto's abilities, whatever he had gleaned from Obito's experiences or Pain's defeat, the reality standing before him seemed to transcend his expectations. What are you? He asked, the Rinnegan focusing intently on Naruto's transforming form. That power? It's not the Nine Tails. It's not chakra at all. I am what remains when gods fall, Naruto replied, echoing what he had told Obito. I am what endures when empires crumble. In another life, another realm, I was known as Kratos, the Ghost of Sparta, the god of war. In this life, I am Naruto Uzumaki, and you stand between me and the peace this world deserves. With those words, he completed his transformation, the full manifestation of both his divine essence and the Nine Tails' power working in perfect harmony. His eyes glowed with that unholy combination of amber and crimson, his body emanating an aura of power that caused the nearest white Zetsu to physically recoil. Madara, to his credit, recovered quickly from his surprise. Fascinating claims. Let's test their validity, shall we? With a series of hand signs too rapid for normal eyes to follow, he unleashed a massive fire technique. Not the standard Great Fireball, but something far more devastating, the majestic Destroyer Flame. A sea of fire that consumed everything in its path. Naruto didn't move to avoid it. Instead, he extended one hand, palm outward, and the approaching inferno stopped. Not extinguished, not diverted, but frozen in place as if time itself had ceased for the flames while continuing for everything else. Fire? Naruto asked, his dual-toned voice carrying something almost like amusement. I walked through the flames of Hades unscathed. Your techniques, impressive by this world's standards, are merely shadows of true elemental mastery. With a dismissive gesture, he redirected the suspended flames back toward the white Zetsu army, the fire suddenly accelerating beyond its original velocity. Hundreds of the plant creatures were incinerated instantly, their bodies offering no resistance to the enhanced conflagration. Madara's eyes narrowed, the Rinnegan spinning as he rapidly reassessed his opponent. Without warning, he activated one of the Rinnegan's most powerful abilities, Shinra Tensei, the almighty push that had allowed pain to devastate entire sections of Konoha with a single technique. The gravitational force slammed into Naruto with enough power to flatten forests and shatter stone. To Madara's evident shock, Naruto remained standing, his posture shifting only slightly to accommodate the pressure. His twin blades appeared in his hands, driving into the ground to provide additional stability as the gravitational wave passed over and around him. The Rinnegan, Naruto observed, straightening as the technique dissipated. Impressive. But I have overcome the powers of gods who commanded the very foundations of reality. Gravity, space, time, these are malleable to those who understand their true nature. Before Madara could respond, Naruto moved, not with the body flicker technique common to shinobi, but with something far more fundamental. One moment he stood dozens of yards away. The next he was directly before Madara, blades already in motion toward the Uchiha's chest. Only reflexes honed through decades of combat allowed Madara to evade, and even then, one of the blades grazed his armor, leaving a smoldering gash where divine fire had melted through material that had withstood the first Hokage's most powerful attacks. Impossible, Madara hissed, leaping backward to create distance. No one is that fast, not even with space-time ninjutsu. Not ninjutsu, Naruto corrected, already closing the distance again. The Spartan's charge, a technique I developed in my previous life. The limitations you accept as immutable are merely suggestions to one who has transcended mortality. What followed was unlike any battle the shinobi world had witnessed. Madara Uchiha, legendary founder of the Uchiha clan, wielder of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan, a shinobi whose name had inspired awe and fear for generations, found himself on the defensive against an opponent whose abilities defied categorization. Each time Madara attempted to create distance, Naruto closed it instantly. When the Uchiha summoned a massive, perfect Susanoo, a spectral warrior larger than most buildings, Naruto shattered its armor with combinations of divine strength and the Nine Tails chakra, his blades cutting through ethereal defenses that should have been impenetrable. "You cannot win this," Naruto stated as he broke through yet another layer of Susanoo's protection. "Your techniques are impressive, your power substantial, but you remain bound by the limitations of this world's understanding. I do not." Madara, for perhaps the first time since his legendary battle with Hashirama Senju, looked genuinely concerned. His perfect Susanoo, supposedly invincible, was being systematically dismantled by an opponent whose movements seemed to ignore the very laws of physics. "If direct combat proves insufficient," the Uchiha declared, leaping clear of his crumbling Susanoo, "then perhaps a change in tactics is required." With a series of hand signs, he summoned massive wooden constructs, an advanced form of the first Hokage's wood release that he had somehow integrated into his reanimated body. These weren't simple branches or barriers, but fully articulated dragons and warriors, each larger than a standard summoning animal. Wood release, deep forest emergence, Madara announced as the battlefield transformed, trees and wooden structures erupting from the ground at incredible speed, threatening to engulf Naruto and his team. Naruto's response was immediate and devastating. Drawing deeply on both his divine essence and the Nine Tails of chakra, he entered what he had once called Spartan Rage, a state where his power reached its absolute peak, his body becoming a conduit for destruction on a scale that even Madara had never witnessed. The ground beneath his feet cracked and then shattered as waves of energy radiated outward. Not chakra as the shinobi world understood it, but something more primal, more fundamental to the fabric of reality itself. Where this energy touched Madara's wooden constructs, they didn't merely burn or break, they disintegrated, reduced to their component atoms in an instant. Impressive technique, Naruto acknowledged, his voice resonating with power as he advanced through the disintegrating forest. Wood release, the combination of earth and water chakra natures further enhanced by your integration of Hashirama's cells. But wood burns, Uchiha, and divine fire consumes all. As if to demonstrate this point, he slammed his blades into the ground, channeling his combined power directly into the earth. Fissures spread outward in all directions, and from these cracks erupted pillars of flame unlike any fire technique known to the shinobi world. Orange-red fire interlaced with the crimson energy of the nine tails, rising hundreds of feet into the air. Where these flames touched Madara's wood techniques, there was no resistance, no gradual burning, only immediate, complete consumption. Within seconds, the entire forest construct was gone, leaving nothing but ash that dissipated in the wind. The White Zetsu army, which had remained in formation throughout the initial exchanges, finally mobilized, thousands of the plant-like creatures surging forward at some silent command from Madara. This was where Naruto's team engaged. Their own abilities impressive, even if overshadowed by the titanic clash at the center of the battlefield. Hinata and Neji moved in perfect synchronization, their gentle fist techniques enhanced by the clarity of the Byakugan. Where they struck, Zetsu fell, their chakra networks disrupted beyond recovery. Rock Lee, gates open to their limit, became a green blur of devastating taijutsu, each kick and punch destroying multiple opponents. Shikamaru, true to his tactical genius, used his shadow techniques not merely to immobilize enemies, but to turn them against each other, creating confusion and friendly fire throughout the Zetsu ranks. Yet despite their impressive showing, it was clear that the true battle, the one that would determine the outcome of this conflict, was between Naruto and Madara. And that battle was increasingly one-sided. Madara, recognizing that conventional techniques were proving ineffective, activated his most devastating ability, Limbo. Invisible duplicates of himself, existing in a parallel dimension but capable of affecting the physical world, materialized around Naruto. These Limbo clones, undetectable by normal senses or even dojutsu like the Byakugan, had proven inescapable against previous opponents. To Madara's growing consternation, Naruto reacted immediately to their presence, not merely sensing them, but directly engaging each Limbo clone with the same devastating effectiveness he had shown against Madara himself. "You see them," Madara realized, genuine shock in his voice. "How? Not even the Rinnegan can fully perceive Limbo without being specifically attuned to it." "Dimensions," Naruto replied simply as he dispatched another invisible clone, his blades cutting through what appeared to be empty air, but connecting with solid resistance. "I have traversed them willingly. The barriers between realms are visible to one who has walked among gods and demons." It was becoming increasingly clear to all observers that this was not a battle between equals, but something far more one-sided. Madara Uchiha, for all his legendary power and the enhancements of his special reanimation, was fundamentally outmatched, not just in raw strength, but in the very nature of the power he faced. In a final, desperate gambit, Madara activated his ultimate technique, the infinite Tsukuyomi. Though he lacked the 10 tails to amplify it to global scale, he could still cast a localized version powerful enough to potentially ensnare Naruto and his team. The sky above the battlefield darkened as Madara's Rinnegan projected its influence upward, creating a reflection of the dojutsu in the clouds themselves. Light began to filter down, not natural sunlight, but something more insidious, designed to capture the minds of all it touched in an inescapable dream. "Behold the power that will soon encompass the entire world," Madara declared as the light intensified. The infinite Tsukuyomi, a genjutsu from which not even the strongest minds can break free. In moments, you will experience your deepest desires, never knowing they are illusions. Naruto looked upward, studying the phenomenon with the calculated assessment of one who had faced countless deceptions across multiple lifetimes. Then, to Madara's evident disbelief, he smiled, a cold, knowing expression that spoke of experiences far beyond what the Uchiha could comprehend. "Illusions?" Naruto asked, his voice carrying that dual-toned quality that signified both his divine essence and the Nine Tails' power working in harmony. "I have broken free from the deceptions of Zeus himself, shattered the false paradise of Elysium, seen through the manipulations of gods who had practiced deceit since before your ancestors drew breath." With deliberate calmness, he raised one hand toward the altered sky, palm outward as if greeting the descending light. As the genjutsu touched him, something extraordinary happened. Rather than being ensnared, Naruto's body became a conduit for counterforce. Divine energy surged upward from his extended hand, a beam of concentrated power that struck the reflected Rinnegan in the clouds. The collision created a shockwave visible for miles, ripples of energy spreading across the darkened sky before the entire genjutsu construct simply dissolved. Not disrupted, not countered through conventional means, but fundamentally unmade by contact with power that operated on principles beyond this world's understanding. Impossible, Madara whispered, genuine fear finally surfacing in his ancient eyes. The infinite Tsukuyomi cannot be broken from the outside. It's absolute. Nothing is absolute, Naruto replied, lowering his hand as he turned his full attention back to his opponent. Not gods, not techniques, not even death itself. These are lessons I learned across centuries of existence. Lessons you, for all your vaunted knowledge and power, have yet to grasp. In that moment, something in Madara seemed to break. Not physically, but a fundamental shattering of the confidence that had defined his existence. For the first time, he faced an opponent who didn't merely exceed his current power, but operated on a level that made his entire approach to combat, to reality itself, seem limited and provincial. What are you? He asked again, though the question now carried none of its earlier condescension, only genuine bewilderment from a being who had believed himself to understand the ultimate truths of his world. I told you already, Naruto replied, beginning his final approach. I am what remains when gods fall. I am what endures when empires crumble. I have been divine and mortal, destroyer and protector, vengeance incarnate, and architect of new beginnings. With each statement, he closed the distance between them, his transformed state radiating power that caused the very air to shimmer with distortion. Madara, despite his legendary composure, found himself taking involuntary steps backward. In my previous existence, Naruto continued, I tore down Olympus stone by stone, god by god, until nothing remained but ruins and memory. The pantheon that had ruled for millennia fell before my blades. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Ares, Athena, names that meant nothing to this world, but represented power beyond what even your eyes can perceive. He was directly before Madara now, those glowing eyes, amber interlaced with crimson, looking down at the Uchiha with something that wasn't quite pity, but perhaps understanding. Your ambition is not unique, Madara Uchiha. The desire to reshape reality, to create a world without suffering, to transcend the limitations of mortality, these are aspirations I have encountered in gods and titans alike. But the path you have chosen leads only to illusion, not transformation. A dream, no matter how perfect, remains a dream. Before Madara could respond, Naruto's hand shot forward with speed that even the Rinnegan struggled to track. Not to strike, but to grasp, fingers closing around the Uchiha's throat with immovable force. Now, Naruto declared, his other hand pressing flat against Madara's chest, directly over his heart, you will learn the difference between legend and divinity. What followed was not a technique as the shinobi world understood them, but something far more fundamental, a direct interaction with the spiritual essence that animated Madara's reanimated form. Where this power touched the complex seals and forbidden jutsu that sustained the Uchiha's existence, they didn't merely break or dispel. They unraveled, reduced to their component energies, and then dispersed. Madara's eyes widened in genuine fear as he felt his carefully constructed reanimation dissolving not from the outside in, but from the core of his being outward. This was not the release of impure world resurrection, which would have returned his soul to the afterlife. This was something far more comprehensive, a fundamental disruption of the spiritual construct that defined his existence. What is this? He gasped, his voice already fading as his physical form began to lose cohesion. This isn't. This can't. This is the truth beyond techniques, Naruto explained, his expression solemn rather than triumphant. Beyond chakra, beyond dojutsu, beyond the very foundations of what you understand as ninjutsu. This is the power that separates spirit from form, essence from manifestation, a power I wielded against gods long before this world knew my name. As Madara's body continued to dissolve, becoming translucent and then transparent, a strange peace seemed to settle over his ancient features. I see, he whispered, barely audible now. So this is what lies beyond even resurrection. Not defeat, but transcendence. With those final words, what remained of Madara Uchiha dispersed completely, not returning to the afterlife as a conventional soul might, but dissipating into the fundamental energies from which all existence was formed. It was not death as the shinobi world understood it, but something far more comprehensive, the complete dissolution of a being that had defied the natural order. As their leader vanished, the remaining white Zetsu fell into disarray. Without Madara's directing intelligence, they reverted to more basic behaviors, some continuing to attack mindlessly, others attempting to flee. Naruto's team, working with methodical efficiency, began systematically eliminating those that remained. Naruto himself stood motionless for several moments, allowing his transformation to gradually subside. The battle had been decisive, the threat neutralized more completely than perhaps any in the history of the shinobi world. Yet there was no exultation in his expression, no celebration of victory, only the solemn acknowledgement of one who understood the weight of fundamental transformation. "It's over," Hinata observed as she approached, her Byakugan deactivated, now that the immediate threat had passed. "Madara is gone. Not just defeated, but something else entirely." Naruto nodded, his skin returning to its normal tone as the fiery veins faded. Not dead in the conventional sense. His spirit was already separated from the natural cycle by his forbidden technique. "What I did was release the construct completely, return the energies that composed him to their fundamental state." "So he can never return?" Shikamaru asked, joining them as he surveyed the aftermath of the battle. "No resurrection technique could bring him back?" "No technique from this world or any other," Naruto confirmed. What defined Madara Uchiha, his chakra signature, his spiritual essence, the very pattern that made him unique, has been unmade, not destroyed, but dissolved into the components from which all existence is formed. It was a sobering thought, not merely victory over an enemy, but the complete removal of that enemy from the cycle of existence itself. Even Neji and Rock Lee, typically the most stoic and enthusiastic respectively, seemed subdued by the implications. "What happens now?" Rock Lee finally asked. Breaking the contemplative silence that had fallen over the group, Naruto turned his gaze toward Konoha, visible in the distance. "Now we return and report. The threat of Madara and his Eye of the Moon plan is ended. What remains is to address the fragmented elements of Akatsuki that might still exist, and to consider the longer implications of what has occurred here today." Those implications, as they all understood without needing to articulate, extended far beyond the immediate tactical victory. The shinobi world had witnessed power that transcended its fundamental understanding of what was possible. Abilities that operated on principles beyond chakra, beyond Kekkei Genkai, beyond the established parameters of ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Nothing would be quite the same again. The return to Konoha was met with a mixture of celebration and awe. Word of Madara's defeat had spread rapidly, though the exact details remained unclear to most. As Naruto and his team made their official report to the Hokage and council, the full significance of what had occurred began to sink in among the village leadership. "You're saying Madara Uchiha is not merely defeated, but unmade?" one council member asked, struggling with the concept. "His soul not passed on to the afterlife, but fundamentally dissolved?" Naruto nodded. His reanimation was not standard, impure world resurrection. He had created something more comprehensive, more integrated with his original essence. "What I did was reverse this process completely, not sending his soul back to the pure world, but returning the energies that composed him to their fundamental state." The implications were profound, extending beyond the immediate tactical victory to touch on questions of spirituality, mortality, and the very nature of existence that the shinobi world had long taken for granted. "And this technique," Danzo Shimura asked, his single visible eye narrowed with calculation, "could it be applied to other targets? Other threats?" The question carried obvious subtext. Danzo's constant pursuit of power, his willingness to eliminate any who stood between him and his vision of a stronger Konoha. If such a technique could be weaponized, brought under the village's control. "It is not a technique," Naruto replied evenly, meeting Danzo's gaze without hesitation. "It is an application of what I am. No shinobi of this world could replicate it, regardless of training or talent. It stems from experiences and essence foreign to this realm's understanding." The elder's expression remained carefully neutral, but something in his posture suggested frustration. Yet another power beyond his reach, another variable he could neither control nor eliminate. The Hokage, sensing the tension, redirected the discussion. With Madara eliminated and Obito neutralized, the immediate threat of the Eye of the Moon plan appears to be resolved. However, we must remain vigilant for any remaining Akatsuki elements or others who might attempt to capitalize on the disruption. The meeting continued with discussions of patrol schedules, intelligence gathering priorities, and coordination with allied villages. Throughout, Naruto noted the subtle glances directed his way, some fearful, others calculating, a few genuinely appreciative. His demonstration against Madara had fundamentally altered how even the village leadership perceived him. No longer merely an unusually powerful Jinchūriki, but something that existed outside their entire framework of understanding. As the council session concluded, the Hokage asked Naruto to remain behind. Once they were alone, the old man sighed heavily, suddenly looking every one of his advanced years. "I have led this village through 3 great ninja wars," he began, lighting his pipe with practiced motions. "Witnessed the rise and fall of legends, seen techniques that defied what was believed possible. But what you demonstrated against Madara," he shook his head slowly, "it transcends anything in our recorded history." Naruto inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the assessment without pride or false modesty. Madara operated within the parameters of this world's understanding. However extremely he pushed those boundaries, I do not. Which raises questions about your place in this world moving forward, the Hokage observed thoughtfully. The balance of power between nations has always been predicated on relatively comparable capabilities. Even extraordinary shinobi like the Yellow Flash or the Sannin remain within an established framework. You represent something outside that framework entirely. It was a diplomatic way of addressing a profound concern. What did it mean for international stability when one village housed a being who could single-handedly neutralize the most legendary threats in recorded history? How would other nations respond to such a fundamental disruption of the established order? "You fear my presence will provoke conflict rather than deter it," Naruto surmised, cutting to the heart of the matter. "That other villages will see Konoha as possessing an insurmountable advantage and take desperate measures in response." The Hokage nodded, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Human nature remains consistent, even in a world of extraordinary abilities. Fear often precedes aggression, particularly when traditional deterrents seem insufficient. Naruto considered this, reflecting on the patterns he had observed across multiple lifetimes. The gods of Olympus had feared his growing power, had conspired to contain or eliminate him, rather than acknowledge his rightful place. The Aesir had reacted similarly to threats they couldn't control through conventional means. "Perhaps," he suggested after a thoughtful pause, "the solution lies not in concealment, but in transparency. Not regarding my origins, those remain relevant only to a select few, but concerning my objectives and limitations." "You propose to publicly define the parameters of your involvement?" the Hokage asked, intrigued by the approach. "I propose to make clear that my power serves neither Konoha's expansionist ambitions, should any arise, nor any individual agenda for dominance. That I stand as a deterrent against existential threats like Madara and the Eye of the Moon plan, not as a weapon to be deployed in conventional conflicts between nations." It was an unusual proposal, essentially establishing himself as an independent actor aligned with Konoha, but not fully subordinate to its command structure. In any other circumstance, with any other shinobi, such an arrangement would be unthinkable. But Naruto Uzumaki had long since transcended conventional assessment. "An interesting approach," the Hokage acknowledged, considering the implications, though it raises questions about the fundamental nature of a hidden village. Our structure is predicated on clear chains of command, on shinobi serving the interests of their village above individual priorities. "I am not merely a shinobi," Naruto replied simply, "and pretending otherwise serves neither Konoha nor the broader stability of this world." The Hokage studied him for a long moment, his aged eyes reflecting decades of leadership and the wisdom that came with navigating complex political landscapes. "Very well," he finally decided. "We will convene a summit of representatives from all major villages. There, you will define the parameters of your role moving forward. not as Konoha's weapon, but as a stabilizing force for the entire shinobi world. It was an unprecedented arrangement, one that acknowledged the unique reality Naruto represented while attempting to integrate that reality into the existing political framework. Whether it would succeed remained to be seen, but the alternative, pretending that nothing fundamental had changed after Madara's defeat, was clearly untenable. As Naruto departed the Hokage's office, he found Jiraiya waiting outside, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and a thoughtful expression on his normally jovial face. "Heard about your performance against Madara," the Sannin commented as they fell into step together. "Impressive even by your standards. Unmade him, from what the reports say." Naruto nodded. His reanimation was complex, integrated with his original essence in ways beyond standard impure world resurrection. It required a corresponding response. "And now the Hokage is positioning you as some kind of independent peacekeeper," Jiraiya continued, showing his typical access to information that should have been classified. A bold move, politically speaking. Not sure how the other villages will respond. With caution initially, Naruto predicted. Then pragmatic acceptance, as they recognize the stability such an arrangement provides. Fear of the unknown eventually gives way to appreciation for predictability, even when that predictability involves power beyond conventional understanding. Jiraiya chuckled, shaking his head. "You know, even after all these years, I still can't quite wrap my head around the way you think. Part tactical genius, part philosopher, part something altogether other. Makes for fascinating conversations, though." They walked in companionable silence for a while, passing through Konoha's streets as the village continued its normal activities around them. Children played in parks, merchants called out their wares, shinobi reported for missions or returned from completed assignments. Life continued, largely unaware of the profound shifts occurring in the power structures that governed their world. "What happens next for you?" Jiraiya finally asked as they reached a crossroads. "After you've been officially recognized as this independent force, after the immediate threats have been neutralized, what does a former god of war do when there are no more wars worthy of his attention?" It was a profound question, one that touched on the fundamental nature of Naruto's existence, both in his previous life and this one. What purpose could there be for a being whose entire identity had once been defined by conflict, by vengeance, by the destruction of those who had wronged him? "In my previous life," Naruto replied thoughtfully, "peace was always temporary. A brief respite before the next god or monster emerged to threaten what little I had built. Perhaps in this life, with the wisdom gained through centuries of existence, I might help create something more enduring. Building rather than destroying," Jiraiya observed with a smile. "That would be a plot twist worthy of one of my novels." Naruto's lips curved in what might have been the ghost of a smile. "Even gods can change, Sage. Perhaps especially gods, who have eternity to reflect on their failures." As they parted ways, Naruto found himself contemplating this unexpected turn in his existence. From the rage-driven god of war who had torn down Olympus, to a being now considering how to build lasting peace in a world not his own, it was a transformation he could never have anticipated when Zeus's betrayal first set him on his path of vengeance. The Nine Tails, observing from within their shared consciousness, seemed equally thoughtful. "You speak of building peace," the fox commented as Naruto made his way toward the training grounds for some solitary meditation. "Yet peace has always been fragile in this world, easily shattered by ambition and fear. Because it has been built on foundations of power balance and deterrence," Naruto replied internally. "Systems where peace exists only because the cost of war is too high. True peace requires deeper transformation, changes in how people perceive themselves and others, in the very structures that govern their interactions." "And you believe yourself capable of facilitating such transformation?" the fox asked, genuine curiosity in its ancient voice. "You, who once destroyed an entire pantheon in pursuit of personal vengeance?" "Not alone," Naruto acknowledged. "But perhaps my experiences, both the triumphs and the catastrophic errors, provide perspective that might guide others toward better paths than I initially chose." It was in many ways the most profound difference between what he had been as Kratos and what he was becoming as Naruto. the recognition that true change required not merely overwhelming force, but wisdom, patience, and the ability to inspire transformation rather than simply impose it. In the months that followed, the shinobi world underwent significant reorganization. The summit proposed by the Hokage took place in Konoha itself, a neutral ground established specifically for this purpose, with representatives from all major villages and many minor ones in attendance. There, Naruto formally defined his role moving forward, not as Konoha's weapon or even primarily as its shinobi, but as a stabilizing force for the entire world. He would intervene directly only against existential threats that transcended normal village conflicts. Beings like Madara or organizations like Akatsuki that threatened the fundamental balance of the world itself. For lesser conflicts, traditional diplomatic and military channels would remain the primary means of resolution. This arrangement, unprecedented in shinobi history, acknowledged the reality of what Naruto represented, while preventing his power from becoming a destabilizing factor in international relations. Initially, as predicted, the response was cautious. Representatives questioned the enforceability of such an arrangement, the mechanisms for determining what constituted an existential threat, the potential for abuse if Naruto chose to interpret his mandate broadly. Your concerns are valid, Naruto acknowledged during one particularly tense exchange with the Tsuchikage's representative. Power without accountability has been the downfall of many who believe themselves beyond judgment. That is why this arrangement includes regular councils where any village may raise concerns about potential overreach or failure to act when needed. The transparency of the approach, coupled with the vivid memory of what Naruto had demonstrated against Madara, eventually led to pragmatic acceptance. Whatever theoretical concerns might exist about this new paradigm, the practical reality of having such power aligned with stability rather than conquest provided reassurance to even the most skeptical villages. As the formal structures were established and initial tensions eased, Naruto found himself with something he had rarely experienced in either of his lives: time for reflection and personal development, unconstrained by immediate threats or missions. He used this period to deepen his understanding of this world's history and cultures, to explore aspects of existence that had been neglected during his previous life's single-minded pursuit of vengeance. The knowledge and wisdom of centuries as Kratos provided context, while the experiences of this new life offered fresh perspectives on concepts like community, identity, and purpose. Particularly significant was his evolving relationship with the Nine Tails. What had begun as a pragmatic alliance based on mutual survival had developed into something far more complex, a genuine partnership between beings who had each, in their own way, transcended conventional understanding of their nature. "You've changed," the Fox observed during one of their regular conversations in their shared mindscape. "Not merely adapted to this world, but transformed in fundamental ways. The rage that once defined you has not disappeared, but it no longer controls your every decision." "As have you," Naruto replied, seated cross-legged in the twilight landscape that represented their mental connection. "The hatred that once consumed you, the desire to destroy everything human, these have moderated, become more nuanced." The Nine Tails made a sound that might have been thoughtful. "Perhaps we have influenced each other more than either anticipated. A god learning restraint, a demon discovering selectivity in its animosity. Most unexpected. This mutual evolution extended beyond their internal relationship to affect how others perceived them." When Naruto accessed the Nine Tails' power now, it manifested not as the traditional Jinchūriki transformation with its bestial qualities, but as something more integrated, the divine and demonic energies working in harmony rather than competing for dominance. His connections with others developed as well, though always shaped by the fundamental differences in experience and perspective that separated him from even those closest to him. Hinata Hyuga remained perhaps his most consistent companion, her perceptiveness and acceptance of his true nature, providing a bridge between his ancient experiences and this new existence. "Do you ever miss it?" she asked one evening, as they sat atop the Hokage monument, looking out over the village as the sun set. "Your previous life, the divine power you wielded as the god of war? It was a question few would have dared ask, touching as it did on aspects of his existence that remained mysterious to most. But Hinata had earned the right to such directness through years of quiet understanding. "Not the rage," Naruto replied after thoughtful consideration. "Not the endless cycle of vengeance and destruction. But sometimes, the clarity. As Kratos, my purpose was always evident, my path, however bloody, clearly defined. This existence, with its complexities and shades of gray, requires different navigation." Hinata nodded, absorbing this with her characteristic perceptiveness. "It's the difference between destroying obstacles and building something that lasts. The latter requires more patience, more subtlety, more willingness to accept imperfection while working toward improvement. Wisdom worthy of Athena herself," Naruto observed with a rare smile, though hopefully without her manipulative tendencies. Such moments of connection, limited though they might be by the fundamental differences in their experiences, provided anchors in an existence that might otherwise have drifted toward isolation. For all his power and ancient perspective, Naruto recognized the value of remaining engaged with the world around him, of maintaining ties to those whose lives operated on a more conventional scale. The years that followed brought a period of unprecedented stability to the shinobi world. With existential threats neutralized and the new framework established, villages found themselves free to focus on development rather than mere survival. Trade increased, cultural exchanges flourished, and generations began to grow up without the immediate shadow of world-threatening conflict. This was not to say that all problems disappeared. Regional disputes continued. Criminal organizations emerged to fill the vacuum left by Akatsuki's collapse, and human nature remained consistent in its capacity for both cooperation and conflict. But the scale and scope of these challenges remained manageable through conventional diplomatic and military means, without requiring intervention at Naruto's level. On the rare occasions when threats did emerge that transcended village capabilities, a rogue scientist attempting to weaponize tailed beast chakra, a cult seeking to revive aspects of the Eye of the Moon plan, Naruto's response was swift and decisive. These demonstrations, witnessed by representatives from multiple villages, reinforced both his capability and his restraint, intervening only when truly necessary and always in proportion to the threat presented. As decades passed, a new generation of shinobi rose to leadership positions across the elemental nations. These were individuals who had grown up in the shadow of legends, who had heard stories of Madara's defeat, of Pain's destruction, of the god of war who walked among them in human form. Yet they had also witnessed Naruto's restraint, his commitment to stability rather than dominance, his willingness to allow human societies to develop according to their own patterns rather than imposing his will. For Naruto himself, the passage of time brought an interesting phenomenon. While he aged physically at a normal human rate, his body still subject to the basic biological processes of this world. His divine essence remained unchanged. The result was a being who appeared outwardly to be in his 40s, but contained power and perspective that had remained constant since his arrival in this realm. The Nine Tails, with its own centuries of existence, found this dual nature fascinating. You embody both mortality and immortality simultaneously, the fox observed as they watched the physical changes in their shared vessel, aging in form while remaining eternal in essence, a paradox that neither gods nor demons typically experience. It provides unique perspective, Naruto acknowledged, the wisdom of immortality tempered by the immediate experiences of a mortal form. Perhaps this is what I was meant to learn in this existence, the value of limitation alongside power. This philosophy, the balance of seemingly contradictory elements, became central to how Naruto approached his role in this world. Not merely overwhelming force when needed, but restraint when appropriate. Not just ancient wisdom, but openness to new understanding. Not isolation in his uniqueness, but engagement with those whose experiences differed from his own. As his physical form entered what would conventionally be considered its 5th decade, Naruto began to consider the longer arc of his existence in this world. Unlike his previous life, where rage and vengeance had provided clear if destructive direction, this existence offered more nuanced possibilities, the chance to shape rather than merely destroy, to guide rather than dominate. What legacy do you wish to leave in this world? The Nine Tails asked during one of their philosophical exchanges. When this body eventually returns to dust, as all mortal forms must, what mark will remain of your presence here? It was a profound question, one that touched on the fundamental purpose of his rebirth in this realm. Had he been sent merely to prevent specific threats like Madara and the Eye of the Moon plan? Or was there some deeper purpose to his presence? Some transformation he was meant to facilitate beyond merely averting catastrophe? In my previous life, Naruto replied thoughtfully, I left ruins in my wake, the shattered remnants of Olympus, the broken bodies of gods and titans alike. In this one, perhaps something more constructive. Not buildings or monuments, but understanding. A recognition that power need not corrupt, that strength can serve protection rather than dominance, that even beings of godlike ability can choose paths beyond the cycles of vengeance and destruction. The fox considered this, its ancient eyes reflecting centuries of observation of human nature. An ambitious legacy, even for one who has slain gods. Such understanding does not come easily to mortals, or to immortals for that matter. Yet the attempt has value, Naruto maintained. Even if imperfectly realized, the direction itself represents progress from what I once was, from what this world once accepted as inevitable. As his physical form continued to age, entering what would conventionally be considered its sixth decade, Naruto began to detect subtle changes in his connection to this realm. Not weakening exactly, but shifting, as if the divine essence that had accompanied him from his previous existence was gradually harmonizing with the fundamental energies of this world, rather than remaining distinct from them. The Nine Tails noticed these changes as well. Your divine signature is evolving, the fox observed with interest. Not diminishing, but transforming, becoming more integrated with the natural energies of this world, while retaining its fundamental character. Naruto nodded, having sensed the same phenomenon. A natural progression, perhaps. No entity, however powerful, remains unchanged by the realm it inhabits. Even Zeus, for all his arrogance, was shaped by the world he ruled. This integration manifested in various ways. His control over his divine abilities became more precise, more efficient, less raw power, more refined application. The distinctive visual manifestations of his transformation, the ashen skin, the fiery veins, became more subtle, more harmonized with this world's aesthetic, while retaining their fundamental nature. Most significantly, his understanding of this world's spiritual dimensions deepened. What had once seemed primitive, compared to the complex cosmology of Olympus and Asgard, revealed itself as simply different, operating according to principles that had their own internal logic and elegance. The cycle of reincarnation, the nature of chakra as both physical and spiritual energy, the connections between all living things. These concepts began to resonate with aspects of his divine essence in ways that created new possibilities. As his physical form approached what would conventionally be considered its seventh decade, Naruto made a decision that surprised many who had come to rely on his presence as a stabilizing force. He announced his intention to withdraw from active intervention in worldly affairs, to become an observer, an occasional advisor, rather than a direct participant in the shinobi world's development. The time has come, he explained to a council of representatives from all major villages, for this world to stand on its own foundations, not relying on power foreign to its nature. The threats that necessitated my direct involvement have been addressed. What remains are challenges this world's own systems and leaders are capable of handling. There was concern, naturally, fear that without his visible presence, old conflicts might resurface, new threats might emerge unchecked. But Naruto had prepared for this transition carefully, working with leaders across the elemental nations to establish frameworks that could maintain stability without requiring his direct oversight. I will not disappear entirely, he assured them. Should truly existential threats emerge again, I remain capable of intervention. But the day-to-day governance of this world, the resolution of its conflicts, the shaping of its future, these must return to the hands of those native to its nature. It was, in many ways, his final and perhaps most significant lesson to the shinobi world, that true stability could not depend permanently on external power, No matter how benevolent, sustainable peace required systems and understanding developed from within, adapted to the specific context and capabilities of those who would maintain them. As he withdrew from public life, establishing a simple dwelling in the mountains far from any village, Naruto found a peace that had eluded him throughout both of his existences. Not the empty peace of isolation or the temporary respite between conflicts, but something deeper. A harmony between his divine essence, his mortal form, and the world that had become his home. The Nine Tails, now more partner than prisoner, seemed to share in this contentment. Strange how things unfold, the fox mused as they sat in meditation, overlooking a valley that stretched to the horizon. When first we were bound together, I saw only imprisonment, you saw only burden. Now we recognize the value in connection, Naruto completed the thought. The strength that comes not from domination, but from mutual respect. A lesson both God and demon needed to learn, perhaps. Visitors came occasionally, leaders seeking guidance on particularly complex challenges, scholars hoping to document aspects of his unique perspective before his mortal form completed its natural cycle, friends who had shared portions of his journey and wished to maintain that connection despite his withdrawal. Hinata, now the respected elder of the Hyuga clan with silver threading her dark hair, remained perhaps his most frequent visitor. Their conversations, spanning decades of shared experience, yet always acknowledging the fundamental differences in their natures, provided bridges between his ancient perspective and the continuing evolution of the world around them. They still tell stories about you in the villages, she informed him during one such visit, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. The god of war who chose peace, the divine being who taught mortality wisdom, the unstoppable force who showed restraint. Myths begin quickly, Naruto observed with a hint of dry humor. I remember how rapidly humans reshaped events in my previous life as well, turning complex realities into simple narratives, assigning clear motivations to actions born from tangled circumstances. Does it bother you? She asked. Being reduced to legend even before your mortal form has completed its cycle? He considered this, looking out over the valley where spring had painted the landscape in vibrant greens and delicate blossoms. No, he finally decided. Legends serve their purpose, transmitting kernels of wisdom even when details are lost or transformed. If the essence remains, that power need not corrupt, that vengeance offers no true satisfaction, that even gods can learn from mortals, then the specifics matter little. As his physical form entered what would conventionally be considered its 8th decade, Naruto began to sense the approaching completion of its natural cycle. Not with fear or resistance, but with the calm acceptance of one who had experienced death and rebirth before, who understood that transformation, rather than ending, awaited. The Nine Tails, sharing this vessel and the sensations of its gradual decline, seemed both fascinated and somewhat apprehensive. What happens when this body completes its cycle? The fox asked. Will your divine essence move on to another realm, another existence? Will our partnership dissolve? I don't know, Naruto admitted with the honesty that had always characterized their exchanges. My previous death led to this rebirth, but there was purpose in that transition. Lessons I had yet to learn, balance I had yet to find. Perhaps this completion will be different. It was, in its way, the ultimate acceptance of limitation, acknowledging that even a being who had traversed death and rebirth, who had slain gods and reshaped realms, could not fully predict the transformations that awaited. This uncertainty, rather than creating anxiety, brought a certain peace, the recognition that discovery continued even for entities as ancient as they. As the final days of his mortal form approached, Naruto requested a simple ceremony, not a grand monument or elaborate ritual, but a gathering of those who had shared significant portions of his journey in this world. Not to mourn an ending, but to acknowledge a transformation and the continuation of what he had begun. They came from across the elemental nations, leaders and scholars, friends and former comrades, representatives of all major villages and many minor ones. Not a massive crowd, but a carefully selected group who understood, each in their own way, aspects of what his presence had meant for this world. The ceremony took place on a mountain plateau overlooking both the forests of the Land of Fire and the distant ocean beyond, a space that encompassed multiple elements and perspectives, symbolizing the integration he had achieved between his foreign divine essence and this world's natural energies. I came to this world not by choice, but by circumstances beyond my understanding, Naruto addressed the gathered assembly, his voice still strong despite his physically aged form. I brought with me rage and power, the legacy of a life defined by vengeance and destruction. What I found here was the opportunity for something different, not merely to tear down, but to build, not just to end threats, but to nurture stability. The Nine Tails, by mutual agreement, manifested partially outside their shared form, not the full fox, but a visible aura of its presence, acknowledging its own role in this journey and the transformation both had undergone. The completion of this mortal form is not an ending, but a transition, Naruto continued. The lessons learned, the connections formed, the understanding developed, these continue beyond physical vessels. What was foreign becomes integrated. What was separate finds harmony. As he spoke these words, those with sensory abilities began to detect something extraordinary. The divine essence that had always remained somewhat distinct from this world's natural energies was shifting, harmonizing more completely with the fundamental forces that govern this realm. Not diminishing, but transforming, becoming part of the world's spiritual fabric rather than remaining external to it. I leave you not with commands or directives, Naruto concluded, but with possibilities. The knowledge that cycles of vengeance can be broken, that power need not corrupt, that connection transcends difference. What you build with this understanding is yours to determine. With these final words, the transformation accelerated. His physical form began to dissolve, not in decay or destruction, but in a process more akin to transcendence. The divine essence that had animated Naruto Uzumaki, that had once animated Kratos, the god of war, merged with the natural energies of this world in a display visible even to those without special sensory abilities. The Nine Tails, rather than being released as a separate entity, chose to remain integrated with this transforming essence, its ancient consciousness recognizing that their partnership had evolved beyond mere cohabitation of a physical vessel into something more fundamental. What remained when the process completed was not emptiness or absence, but presence of a different kind, divine and demonic energies fully harmonized with this world's natural forces, integrated into its spiritual fabric in ways that those with the appropriate sensitivities would be able to detect for generations to come. Not a god demanding worship or a demon inspiring fear, but a fundamental addition to the world's spiritual dimension, a new aspect of its complex metaphysical ecology that would influence its development in subtle but profound ways for centuries to follow. The legacy of Naruto Uzumaki, once Kratos, the god of war, continued not through monuments or institutions bearing his name, but through the fundamental shifts he had facilitated in how this world understood power, responsibility, and the possibilities of transformation. The stories told of him, some accurate, others embellished through generations of retelling, served not to deify but to inspire, to remind both leaders and ordinary citizens that even the most established patterns could be broken, that new paths could be forged where none had existed before. In the centuries that followed his transcendence, the shinobi world continued to evolve, sometimes progressing toward greater harmony, occasionally slipping back into familiar patterns of conflict, but always carrying within its spiritual and philosophical foundations the imprint of what his presence had represented. The possibility of change, even for beings who had believed themselves defined by immutable natures. And somewhere within the complex spiritual fabric of this world, the consciousness that had once been Kratos, that had been Naruto Uzumaki, that had contained the Nine Tails, observed, influenced subtly when truly necessary, but primarily allowed the natural development of a realm that had provided what his previous existence never could, not merely power or vengeance or even temporary peace, but genuine transformation and the harmony that came from balanced integration rather than dominant force. It was perhaps the most fitting conclusion to the journey of the god of war, not a final battle or glorious sacrifice, but the discovery that even the most destructive essence could, given sufficient time and opportunity, find its place within a greater harmony. not through conquest or submission, but through the gradual, complex process of mutual transformation that represented wisdom's ultimate victory over the cycle of violence that had once seemed inescapable. In this, both God and demon found what neither had believed possible. Not merely existence or power, but belonging. Not just survival or dominance, but integration. Not an ending, but a continuation transformed by the journey itself into something neither could have anticipated when their paths first intersected in the form of a despised child with whisker marks on his cheeks and ancient eyes that had witnessed the fall of gods.
And that's how the God of War rewrote the entire ninja world. From pain's destruction to ultimate victory, this Naruto showed no mercy and accepted no defeat. We are the gods of war now. What did you think of this overpowered crossover? Did Naruto's Kratos personality live up to the legend? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed watching the God of War dominate the ninja world, smash that like button and subscribe for more epic what-if scenarios. Ring that notification bell so you never miss when we unleash another legendary character mashup. What crossover should we explore next? Let us know in the comments. And until next time, indeed, we must be better than this. Thanks for watching, and remember, in the world of what-ifs, anything is possible.